To Karen Rolton Oval, just on the outskirts of Adelaide, over the road from the brand new, well, it's not brand new anymore, the Royal Adelaide Hospital. My name is Dave Webb. I'll be joined in commentary today by Eddie Dadds and Luke Smoker. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning to you, Dave. What a day for cricket.
Beautiful day.
It's lovely. So nice to be out here.
And Luke is hiding his allegiances very well, even though he is joining us from the Adelaide University Cricket Club. You almost couldn't tell, could you, Eddie?
No, I haven't got any paraphernalia on.
From head to toe.
Very neutral commentary. What a day. I'd love to be out there myself.
We did get here, and I had a wander out before we got going and had a look at the pitch. The pitch looks absolutely wonderful. It doesn't really show it on your screens, but the right-hand side boundary, so to the right of your screen, is fairly short. What did we say, about 55 metres, you reckon?
It couldn't be more than 60. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few balls flying in that direction at some stage this afternoon.
Great shot by Adelaide there, pushing it down the ground for 4, and he moves on to 21 off 22 balls.
Yeah, Evans is putting together a test match innings. We talked about it before. I think he was on 3 runs for about half an hour. We are just getting into it, so we are no wickets for 31. I do apologise, I am English, so I may get that the wrong way around at some point today. 9.1 overs gone, and it's probably what you would expect from a grand final, especially one that, you know, was going to go for some 7 hours today. So just feeling each other out. The East Torrens bowlers batsmen just starting to find their shots at the moment.
Yeah, well, it will be extremely tough as well because of the uni bowling lineup featuring 2 state representatives in Joe Mennie and Nick Winter. So East Torrens have done very well to get through that first period with the new ball to be none down. They'll be extremely happy with that, and they're just starting to get a bit of a move on with Ben Ellis coming on here, none for 13 off 1.5 overs. So I think they've sensed a chance to attack here against not a lower bowler, but maybe a little bit less pressure coming from Ben Ellis rather than the 2 state bowlers. So they'll be really happy with that.
Our umpires out there today, Mary Waldron and Bruce Stribley.
Lovely shot that.
Stroked away on the offside, and that is a fairly long boundary. I'm not sure we'll see too many 6s pulled away towards the Karen Rolton stand.
No, it's I mean, what you can see on the screen there is that grass is just delightful. There's not a single blade of that out of place, and if you get anything out roughly near the middle of the bat, it's going to run away, particularly towards that end, which is where the wind's blowing towards, although it is a bit swirly at the moment. But we have seen a little earlier today balls towards the commentary end holding up a little bit more with that wind pushing against it. So I think this is where you'll see the batsman scoring from, is this end, with particularly with Ellis in the attack at the moment. He's looking a little off pace in my opinion. He's not really as lively as the 2 first bowlers. So this is a bit of danger time for uni here as this partnership starts to develop.
Fired back of the batsman, that will be over. No wickets for 39 runs. Dahl on 29, having faced 26 balls. Evans on 9, having faced 33 balls. And that's what we were talking about before. Evans certainly is just taking his time and getting himself into this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not like he's looked, you know, he's not given any chances. It's not like there's been plays and misses. We've seen probably 5 or 6 plays or misses, but which is not out of the ordinary, particularly with the quality of Nick Winter bowling. There was one LBW shout in Kerber's last over, which was close, which was probably the closest we've seen uni come to a wicket so far. But yeah, it's been a measured innings from Evans, and it looks like he's going to try and play that role throughout the majority of this innings, kind of just hold up an end and stick around for the later overs when he maybe will start to tee off a little bit. And Dahl is just starting to look like he's the one that's going to take on some of this bowling.
So Kerber, from what we've dubbed the Parklands end, we've decided we're going to name our own ends, the hospital end and the Parklands end.
He's had an outstanding season with the bat and bowl, Sam Kerber. Must be very close to earning himself a state call-up, I would have thought.
You're right there, Eddie. He's actually made 4 first-grade hundreds this season. across all formats. So having a really stellar season. He has forced his way into the second 11 for the South Australian team. So yeah, he'll be definitely looking to push up and try and get his name into that first 11, that's for sure.
He certainly found a length at the moment. That's 2 in quick succession right in the block hole.
Just the man picking up the ball there, as you can see on the screen. Will Basisto as well, who got himself into the Redbacks team just before Christmas.
Sending subliminal signals to his captain. I'm ready to go.
I think he might have been told to warm up. I'm not sure they'll persist with Ben Ellis from the hospital end after 2 overs for, I think, about 13 off his 2 overs.
It's going down the leg side, that one. So Kerber's taken 8 wickets at 35 in this one-day season, and he's also, you know, going at a lazy 62 with the bat as well. So he's really stamping himself as one of the premier players in this competition, is Sam Kerber.
Ellis 2 overs for 17 runs.
I actually think I'm going to just keep looking around the field. I think Basisto's warming up, so I think he'll come on and they'll go with the double spin attack to try and buy themselves a wicket here, University.
Well, we had a look at it, and as we sort of came to life, the run rate was sort of down 2.1, 2.2. And obviously since Ellis has come on, that's jumped up to 3.81 at the moment. So moving at a fair tick now. And yeah, he does get tossed the ball. He will.
So, he's moved across from WA, having played a few games with the Western Warriors over there, a few Shield games, and came across looking for a few more opportunities in South Australia, and just through weight of runs early in the season. I think he might have 2 or 3 centuries himself this season, and got his chance down in Tasmania in the last Shield game before Christmas. So hopefully for Will, he'll get another chance when the Shield season ramps up again in a couple of weeks.
So last weekend as well, T20, these 2 teams faced off against each other. Just stepping back a little bit to the last ball of Ellis's last over, where he's fired it back at the batsman. Is there a little bit of feeling between these 2 clubs at the moment, Luke, or all friendly?
Friendly's one word. Of course, there's a little bit of a rivalry. Any time that you get into a grand final, and then, as you said, Dave, it's the second one in 3 weeks for these two sides. So there's always going to be a little bit of competitive spirit, and you actually start to get to know the other team and maybe what might bug them or how you can get under their skin a little bit. So I just think Ben might have been a little bit frustrated with how the ball was coming out, and
give it the old Brett Lee.
Perhaps knew that what was coming. With the captain might have been coming over to give him a little tap on the shoulder.
Just looking over at your captain, just slight little head shakes. But they do need to stifle this run rate, because like you said, Doyle and Evans have just started to open up a little bit. I had a chat with both the captains as well before this, and East Torrens won the toss, decided to bat. I had a little bit of a chat about them as well. How bad do the conditions have to be for you to bowl first? Because it almost seems, you know, a given now that the winner of the toss will bat. And they basically said it's got to be greener, and it's been undercover, so it's missed all the weather, and they know how this pitch is behaving as well. So
yeah, I also think, and then we actually probably saw a little bit of it last night, batting second in a final, the pressure does funny things. And we talked about it off air just before, with the run out last night of Alex Carey. And the strikers were chasing, I think, only 7 runs and over. But the pressure, and they had the run out, the strikers then lost 3 for 2. So I think that actually, getting back to your original question, does have an impact on the decisions that the captain makes. It's certainly something, as a captain of a cricket team myself, I think about. And I'll always try and, particularly in a final, bat first, because of that sort of, even that perceived pressure of, we're chasing, we're a couple of dot balls and all of a sudden the fielders will be in your ear and there's a bit of pressure. So I think that might be something to do with it as well.
Well, he's uppish towards point, but didn't have the legs to get there. There was some level of excitement initially, but
Looks like there's a bit of turn out there actually. That one gripped a little bit from Basisto, and I've noticed Kerber from this end's getting a little decent bit of bite as well. Doesn't spin the ball a lot, but that would be encouraging for the uni bowlers, I would have thought.
oh, very, very nearly, but nice and straight. It is interesting when I went out and had a look that there are footmarks out there. There are bowlers' footmarks out there, so there is possibly something for the spinners to aim at, but not a huge amount. Looked absolutely perfect.
Spin might be the flavour of the day. I know Uni will certainly try and get as many overs out of Kerber as they can. They also have a couple of other slow to medium options in Chris Beattie and Cooper Luke, who will take a little bit of pace off it with their medium pace.
So 12 overs gone, no wicket for 42. Run rate of 3.5 runs and over.
Don't think they'll be too bothered by that though. East Torrens, these two have just, they've just managed to kind of bat themselves in. Dahl anyway. Evans is still struggling a little bit, but I don't think that run rate will concern them one little bit at the moment. That wicket, no loss of wicket is vital for them.
So if you are watching one-day cricket for the first time, first of all, where have you been, and are you really Australian? And secondly, only 2 players outside the ring. You'll see on your screens there's a series of white dots that run around the pitch, and you have to have 2 fielders, only 2 fielders outside of that ring to begin with. So that's just to get the scoring going initially.
Yeah, just to, it's something that's been around for a long time now, and they have definitely played around with those power play rules and when you can do certain things with certain fielders, but seems to have settled down a bit now with 2 outside the circle for the first 10, and then I think it goes to 4 for the next 30 overs. So from overs 10 to 40, you can have 4 fielders outside the circle, and then in the last 10, 5 fielders outside.
So we are at 4 at the moment.
Still quite an attacking field from Uni, despite that. We've got the stacked offside field here for Kerber.
Oh, not entirely sure.
It's like a reverse sort of lap sweep.
Ramp sweep.
When you're 9 off 38 balls, I guess you'll start trying anything you can to try just squeeze a run from anywhere. That was not a great shot. We just look at it on the replay. I didn't know much about where that ball was.
That's exactly what Uni will be trying to do here, is bowl as many balls at Evans as they can. Just keep him down that end and just keep the pressure on. What that does is it actually puts pressure on Dahl at the other end to score and keep scoring. So that's what they'll be trying to do.
I think Kerber has found a lovely length at the moment for them not to. And it's interesting, I was talking to somebody the other day about the evolution of limited over cricket. I remember back when the Big Bash started, then your quicks you'd have double quick for as long as you can. And I think they then realised that you can actually really throttle the run rate with a double spin attack. You're seeing a lot more of it now.
Yeah, definitely.
Even Test cricket, you're seeing spinners come on a lot earlier than you normally would do.
Particularly in conditions like this today, we're just kind of getting buffeted around a little bit by the wind. It's not going to be easy to score from this end. And the more pace you're giving the bowler, the more pace you're giving the batter, with the delivery, the more likely they are to score. And Kerber's just taking the pace off, and you can just see they're really struggling to get the ball anywhere down the ground. It's kind of all these shots are going square. Just look, that's driven back down the ground again, and well stopped by Kerber. But so Kerber's bowled 3 overs now for 10 runs, and I think he'll probably get a couple more here just as he keeps stifling this partnership.
So 13 overs gone, no wickets for 45 runs. So Luke, what would you be looking for as a good total to chase? Where would you want him to be around?
From a Uni perspective, all out 110.
From a captain, all out for 70.
Yeah. I would think they're probably looking at something within the range of 220 plus, I would have thought. However, with wickets in hand, you can do a fair bit of damage late. So if they can get themselves to sort of maybe around about 130, 140 off 30 overs, and then be able to launch from there for the last 20, then they'll be looking more towards sort of 250, 260, I would have thought.
Oh, talk about turn. He's got an edge. And that's the first one that'll go. And they've got the danger man in Dal.
How do you pronounce it?
Dal.
Dal. It doesn't matter now. He's
Just
on
went
his
the
way. We won't
opposite.
have to say it again for a little while.
As we just said, that we were just talking about before, that just gripped that ball, spun a lot more than Dahl was looking for it to spin, and looks like that just got the edge on the way through. We await the replay. I think he might have been stumped as well, actually, or maybe it was just stumped.
Just a stump.
Yeah.
Just
So
lost
no
his
edge.
balance there, didn't he? He just fell forward.
See, he's missed that by 5 centimetres. That's turned a long way.
Beaten with a bit of flight as well, by the look of it.
Really, really good bowling from Will Basisto, who's been tight off his first 2 overs and gets that wicket. He's now 1 for 1 off 1.2 overs. So have a look at the score here.
Yeah, there's that economy from Ellis, 8.5. Yeah, you're going to get the hook sooner rather than later with numbers like that.
Yeah, I can't really see him coming back on for a little while.
No.
Oh, wow.
So I definitely know that, yeah, they do have other options. So even though they've only used the 5 bowlers at this stage, they do have other options up their sleeve. So you might be right. He may not get another over. I do know they do like to use him at the back end a little bit. So we might see him maybe after that 40th over. The King, they call him.
The King?
Ben Ellis. Yeah, he's from Alice Springs.
Okay, the King of Alice.
The King of Alice.
Yeah, nice.
He hates it. So we'll keep
So you
doing
keep
it.
going, yeah.
Well, that's a big wicket, isn't it? That kind of changes the complexion of these first 15 overs. With Evans on 10 off 42, and the new batsman now wearing the cap, which I love.
Yeah, it's
But I was going to say, did he even bring out the helmet to swap over when the quicks come out? But it doesn't look like he has, is he? We're going to have a proper West Indies batsman.
Love that.
Only be better if he was wearing a broad brim.
the white floppy.
Yeah.
You can just see with that, there's just no pace on that ball at all from Basisto. He's really chucking it up into the wind, and there's just nothing for the batsman there. You've got to generate your own pace, and that's what really undid Dahl, wasn't it? He just got a little bit stuck. He just wanted to make his own kind of stamp on it, and he couldn't. Just tossing it up, really, isn't he, Basisto? That wind is quite strong. I mean, you might not come through on the telecast, but you can see that the shirt's ruffling on the keeper there.
I think as well is it's not settled either, that wind. Like I said, when I got here this morning, it was basically blowing from the left of your screen to the right of your screen. Now it's almost blowing from the bottom of your screen to your top, and it's shifted around constantly. I don't think there's going to be a way for anybody to really settle into that and work it out. It's moving around constantly.
Yeah, wicket maiden there from Will Basisto, very well bowled.
So just a question on you raised it before, and I think it's an interesting point. So if East Torrens now go up to the 30th over without dropping another wicket, do they then basically turn it into a T20 innings?
Absolutely, I think.
And go, let's just pile on as much as we can for 20 overs.
What's the old saying? You double your runs from the 30th over. Is the general rule, and yeah, that's what they'd be looking to do from here. I mean, it's got to the point if Dahl had managed to stay in, I think they would have been really content to keep knocking it around. But I think now that we've got the 2 new batsmen in, there has to be some kind of attacking mindset from here on in. Just because the run rate is only 3 at the moment, and that's not going to get it done. So I think one of these 2 batsmen here really has to start taking on this bowling just a little bit more than they are.
He does like his length at the moment. He's landing them in the same spot.
Bowling very full, isn't he?
And we see the trouble with trying to come down the wicket was what happened to Dahl, where he came down the wicket and ran past one. So maybe they're just a little bit tentative to do that and use their feet. But it's a really good chance here for Kerber to sneak through maybe another couple of overs, especially to the new batsman Cramner, and just keep that run rate down.
It's too short.
Yeah, that one was short and just stroked away.
Well fielded out there, though. It's a bit of a let off that.
Because I was just starting to think you're dicing on you when you're trying to bowl a length if you get it a little bit wrong, especially when you're trying to blow that full length and just give them full toss, short boundary.
Unfortunately for East Torrens, Cranmer missed out. Only the one fielder out on the boundary on that offside. I think Kyle Brazel out there in the broad brim. Very sun smart from the young man from Ross Trevor College.
You're a big broad brim fan.
Yeah, I love it.
Several times you brought that up.
There's a lot less. There's a lot less than there was the start of play. There was at least 4 out in the field. That's reduced slightly.
I love a broad brim.
Well, the wicketkeepers came out. The wicketkeeper came out in the white floppy. Shane Warner's a massive fan of the white floppy.
He would only wear his baggy for the first session of a test match.
They were made to wear it for the first session, and then he would straight back into the broad brim.
Oh, I don't get it personally. It doesn't kind of obstruct your vision. It's kind of all over the place. You're looking up and hitting your head on the brim.
It's a great excuse for when you drop one. Yep, sorry, I was the broad brim guy, sorry.
Well, I wonder whether the hat care for the broad brim, because, you know, there was that whole thing with, I think it was Ricky Ponting was the worst. I think Mark wore before him. And then Ricky Ponting, like his baggy green was just a mess.
Battered, yeah.
Just awful. So, but that then became a badge of honour, didn't it? So is it the same with the white floppy? The floppier it is, the more gravitas you have as a player.
I'll never be so devastated. The day my mum washed my...
Oh, no.
I was furious.
Did she starch the brim and everything?
Yeah, like horrific. It was, you know, it was like your favourite toy as a kid, and then, you know, it gets broken or so. I was just so devastated. Oh, what are you doing? It was so dirty, she said. I said, I know, that's the point. Leave it.
So that'll be the end of the over. 1 wicket for 48 runs. And Kerber is...
he's holding up an end, isn't he?
He is, and he's just throttling everything that East Torrens want to do at the moment.
Yep. As we said before, he's had a great season. He's also a really great fielder. So he actually has the triple threat, to be fair. And having been at training with him, he does an awful amount of work on his fielding, and it does show on match days. So
we'll keep one eye on that going forward then. Also a very good footballer, Sam Kerber. Won the 5th grade best and fairest at Adelaide Uni.
That one goes down. I don't mean to pull you on massively, but you can't say he's a very good footballer and then say he won the 5th grade. Like, if he was good, he'd be higher than 5th grade.
They try and hide him down there, I think, but he's and that's the team affectionately known as the Bastards, and they hide him just down there, and he just chops it up by the sounds of it, and you know, it never makes the best players so that they can hide him down there, and the coaches in the upper grades don't know about him. His name's never on the best players.
I feel like he's sandbagging a bit.
It's big time.
that old chestnut.
Yeah, it's classic, that one.
He played well. Definitely not Kerber.
Yeah, he kicked 8 and had 40. But no, he didn't. No, doesn't make the best.
Kicked 7 goals, 1. No, it's like the...
Unfortunately, it's very hard to do that in cricket.
Yeah.
The statistics, they're everywhere now. The introduction of my cricket. Can't hide anyone. Can't hide yourself either. Everyone knows if you got a duck.
How's your my cricket looking?
Oh, I've really been boosting the average, the batting average in the last few years.
Nice.
A couple of little not outs. Always good for that, isn't it?
You see that? I saw that one.
Being captain, because you can sort of. I'll hold off for a little bit.
Yeah, it's all strategy. Saw that one pop up on Facebook yesterday, the bloke that had 7 ducks in 7 innings on his my cricket so far this year.
You might just hear in the background, I think the trumpeters arrived.
Yeah, I can just
hear him in the background. That's the shot he was trying to play before. It's
not looking that confident, is he, with that shot? It doesn't have much knee bend. I think you need a bit more, quite upright playing it.
With the field placement though, there's runs there if he can get it out the middle of the bat.
Just needs to get himself off strike, Evans, I think, at the moment. He's just lacking in confidence. You can see with that shot, 14 off 47, he's not hitting the ball anywhere near the middle of the bat. That's a nice shot.
Well, that one came out of where he kind of wanted it to be. We might just have to send a message to the trumpeter that everything that he plays has to be royalty free. We don't want to get kicked. We don't want to get kicked off YouTube.
So I think that is actually our B grade scorer.
Oh, right.
Paddy Squire, his name is, with the trumpet. So I think a few of the boys have actually, a little bit Barmy Army style, written a few songs.
Oh, well, there we go.
About some of the university players. So
okay.
perhaps
hopefully all
maybe
broadcast safe.
as the day goes on and there might be a bit of refreshments consumed, there might be a little bit of singing later on.
That's the over again. 1 wicket for 53. Cranmer just trying to get himself in, and Evans still trying to get himself in. 14 off 48 balls.
So going to get a 5th over from Kerber here too, which is a steal, I would have thought, at this point of the game. He's only given up 13 runs so far. It's good captaincy from Ben Wakim.
It's been the Kerber show so far. The wicket coming from D. Kerber. Straight again, just the single. No, I don't like to assume, but I assume they are related.
Yeah, brothers. Yep. So, came across from Victoria. Daniel actually came across first he might have been about 14 or 15 when he came across and made his debut in the lower grades and worked his way up through 4th, and actually I think when he in his first year at the club playing 4th grade and made a 50 in the grand final, so top scored in the grand final, and has worked his way up through there and actually now has his own sort of cricket company where he does all sorts of bat repairs and has his own cricket brand of bats.
So I was just going to say, so he's an actual bat producer now, right?
Yep. So he sort of makes them in his parents' backyard, I think, at the moment.
Disappointed at all the trees that they've cut down, as that one will skip away to the boundary. Like I said, there is runs down there if they can get it where they need to be. Just the field placement for Adelaide is giving them that fine-ish leg. It's almost all open behind the wicket.
Which I think is why we've we've seen a few attempts at sort of lap sweeps.
Yeah.
And is because that's where the gap is. As we just see that fuller length.
He's looking good out there, Cranmer. I like the way he started his innings. Seeing the ball well by the looks. There's a lot coming off the middle-ish region of the bat.
So
I assume we're going to see these Kerber bats in play today. I assume he plays his own bat.
There's a couple floating around, isn't there?
Yeah, I think a few of the. I think there might be 1 or 2 in the side with a couple of the lads. So
he made a crucial 90-odd the other week in the T20 semi-final, didn't he, Dan Kerber?
It was actually last weekend in the one-day final.
Yeah, right.
We were. Adelaide Uni were chasing 210.
That's probably the most controversial word on a live stream. I'll be honest, gets people in all sorts of trouble. But we will point out that he is a Adelaide University dyed in the wall. And we will have a drinks break. So just talk us through, as we hit this drinks break, I guess that you are the token East Torrens now, just to try and add a little bit of a foil. But are they happy?
I'm actually uni related as well, we'll give some East Torrens perspective.
You're wearing less clothing, so we'll go with you.
I think East Torrens would probably be satisfied with this. The 1 wicket down is obviously the key. They've done well to kind of get through the Nick Winter and Joe Many overs early on. I think they would have been very pleased to see those 2 off without losing a wicket. 1 for 60 odd off 17, run rate of 3.5. It's probably a little bit below par, I would have thought. They'd want to be up towards that 80-90 sort of range.
I kind of feel now that their game plan almost now is let's just try and see it out to 30 overs and then with wickets in hand and then go from there and see how we go. On the opposite side of the coin, like Adelaide University happy with the start?
Yeah, they would have been very happy. They probably just lost their way a tiny bit in those middle overs with Ben Ellis, but since the introduction of spin, they've really got the game back on their terms. So they'll be really happy with that. They'll be looking in this next sort of period, this next 17 overs, to try and probably take probably 2 to 3 wickets actually. And if they can't, then you'd have to favour East Torrens to be able to get away maybe in that last 15. So pretty crucial time in the game coming up, and particularly University trying to get a couple of wickets.
Well, yeah, that's Kerber's 5th over, so we're probably going to see him take a break for a little bit. 20 runs off those 5 overs, so it's going okay.
I guess the big question for Ben Wakim is when do you save Manny and Winter for? I think they've both got 4 or 5 overs each up their sleeve. Manny's bowled just the 3 and Winter's bowled the 4. So, and they've collectively got 11 overs between them still to come. I wonder when would you think about bringing them back on? When do you need a wicket?
I think what Ben Wakim will try and do is probably use a couple of overs in this next 17, maybe from both of them, maybe 2 or 3 overs each, and try and be getting a wicket. Because if he leaves them too late, the batsmen are going to be going after them anyway. So if Uni can try and get a couple of wickets in this next session, that does really restrict what East Torrens can do at the back end. Roger Will's walking up here. I feel like he might have a bit of experience in this sort of area of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Plenty of time with the ABC.
Broadcasting legend as well. Just, now we're all going to have to be on our absolute best
behaviour.
I know, right?
As Bazisto comes in again from another over, he's bowled just exceptionally. 6 runs off his 3 overs. Hasn't missed a beat. Barely bowled a bad ball. He's just chucking it up into that wind that's blowing towards his end, making the batsman play at it, making them try and do something. And
but not giving them the opportunity to actually free their arms at it either. So both of the spinners, Bazisto and Kerber, their accuracy, I think, has been outstanding as they've gone on so far.
I've done exactly the job that that the captain would have asked for them, I guess. I mean, they're not necessarily there to take wickets. It's a bonus that Bazisto's taken one. They're really just there to build the pressure and, not allow the batsman to get into a rhythm. That's one that he's probably missed out on a little bit there.
Their length's been the key, and we've talked about it a bit, but particularly bowling from this end here, the hospital end, it would be quite easy for the batter to try and get underneath a couple and hit with the wind. But the length from Bazisto has been outstanding and not allowed them that freedom to sort of hit a half volley maybe into the sight screen as they might like to do.
And the one time that we saw someone actually try and take him on and just skip down the wicket, he beat him with flight and beat him with turn, and he's then taking a long walk, and it's a long day.
It's a long day, isn't it? Seven odd hours.
To stew on that decision.
We've only seen kind of the 6 boundaries so far. Dahl hit 5 4s and Cranmer's hit 1 so far, so it certainly hasn't been free flowing out there. We see Evans still on just 16 off 52, yet to actually get the ball to the boundary at all. He just can't get it near the middle of his bat, doesn't look in any sort of rhythm at all.
And again, we go back to that point where, if you're facing 2 quicks, and I just have to say all of this comes with a caveat. I'm absolutely atrocious at cricket. But, if you're facing quicks, you're going to get something around the same speed. They're trying to land it in the same spot. So you can sort of get yourself in and see what's going on. The variation from both Kerber and Bazisto means that they can't settle in. Every single shot has to be different, and they're having to improvise stuff as well. So
we are seeing a change in the bowling.
Excellent captaincy from Malik.
Wakim.
Ben Wakim. Came over from Sydney a few years ago. Again, he was trying to push himself into higher honours and played a few games of second 11 cricket. We're going to see a bowling
made the change. Bowling change is a headgear change. So the cap is gone.
Chris Beattie coming on. Represented SA country. Chris Beattie earlier this year. Bowls, I'm going to say some gentle left arm.
So were you saying that Cranmer could have kept the cap on?
Yeah. Chris won't mind me saying that either.
It must be a sinking feeling as a bowler getting described as gentle, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Accurate line and length.
Accurate, yeah.
Line and length. Are we going to give
swing bowler?
Oh, there we go. And again.
So I think he might be coming left arm around the wicket here and just going to cramp the batters for a bit of room, I think. But what they're trying to do here is just, I think Ben Ellis was bowling that pace, which was really nice and coming onto the bat. So I think what they're going to try and do is take a bit of pace off the ball here.
Yeah, exactly as you said, round the wicket, just try and cramp him up.
But But yeah, Chris had a year off from uni last year and then went and played elsewhere, and has since come back this season and plays a lot of white ball one day and 2020 cricket in the A grade, and plays his
Catch that.
Oh, that one's lofted over the top. It's going to beat both the fielders. He's found the gap absolutely beautifully. Despite the shout of catch that, it was very, very safe. And the shout did come from the commentary position.
It certainly did. That wasn't your ears deceiving you. That was, I think, a couple of cries here. Just, I don't think Manny was any chance to get near that on the mid-wicket boundary. But he didn't seem to pick it up off the bat at all. He had barely moved by the time the ball went over the boundary line. So I'm not entirely sure what was going on down there. You just see he only just started running at the end. I guess he was no chance anyway.
He's got a little bit too straight there with his line, Chris Beattie. So be looking more on that line. He just bowled that previous ball, sort of that sort of fourth stump line.
It was Evans' first boundary of the day as well.
Oh, that's 6. Up onto the hill.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Away to the kids on our right, and that's our first big boundary of the day.
Evans is just starting to take a liking to Beattie, and it might be a risky move here from the captain to take the spinners off.
Yeah, don't bother running after them.
Joe Manny's had to jump the fence. Wouldn't have had to do that too many times, I wouldn't have thought, in his career.
It's a very short boundary, isn't it, over there? There's not a lot of room to work with if you're the fielding side. I mean, he's barely tickled that, and that's gone about 65 metres straight over the fence.
It was just the length that he jumped on. So had a bit of room to free his arms. It was just sort of that half volley length, which Evans was able to, as we see it here on the replay, just
That's
that half volley
wide
length.
as well.
Yeah, lot of room to swing the arms and straight up onto the hill.
And that's what we said. It's the first time we've seen the East Torrens boys be able to get their arms free.
I don't mind the field change here from Uni. They've now employed a deep mid wicket, and they've got no one saving a single on the leg side. So
Right. Well, cow corner is well and truly covered now.
smart batting would be just to try and push one or two into the leg side. You've already got 11 off the over. Just putting the pressure right back on University here, making Ben Wakeham, the captain, have a think about what to do next, and does he try and go back to spin again? As we see that tickled into the leg side for 1 to end the over.
Yep, pretty close to it, and that is the end of the over. 1 for 74, and we've seen our first 6 of the day. One of the things I wanted to talk about is just, I realised last night, because I work across a number of sports. Adelaide University sports, like, I don't think in South Australia their heritage and their just how good they've been for South Australian sport is really thought about. So they're in this final. They are the current reigning gridiron champions. They're always there and thereabouts with the hockey. Rugby union is starting to build. The women's sevens team is playing on a national level. Like, Adelaide University sport, you've got to take your hat off to it.
The women's have won. Our women's football team's won two flags in 3 years. The men's team's been relegated once from Div 1 in 110 years of football. Yeah, that's got to be close.
Shouts, waved away, and then a run-out chance.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It just kind of gets taken for granted a little bit. I mean, there's clubs. I'd hazard a guess there'd be 30 different sporting clubs that come under the AU Sport umbrella. All of them are competitive. All provide kind of an outlet for students and you know other people alike. It's not restricted to students. Yeah, I think it is kind of underappreciated in the South Australian sporting scene. With the gridiron particularly, I mean, they've kind of been a trailblazer in that field in the South Australian.
We won't talk about it too much because they've beaten me 3 times in a row in a grand final, but we can appreciate them. There's an interesting little tidbit about the gridiron side when we get a chance.
And Luke, I mean, you can speak to this as well, but just the cricket club is having one of the outstanding kind of seasons of a cricket club at grade level. I don't think you could be doing much better than the Uni Cricket Club are at the moment. 3 2020 flags in the mix in the grade comp, and obviously we're here today for the one-day grand final as well.
Yeah, certainly we've come a long way. So I've been around the place at the cricket club for 15 seasons now, and when I first started we had a little bit of work to do, and we were sort of one of the cellar dwellers. But certainly this season, I think all 4 grade sides, men's grade sides, that is, are all in the mix for finals, and sitting on top of the club championship as well. So it just comes down to how you can run your club, and that's something that's really improved in my time at the club, is how it's been run off the field. And if you got all of that in order, then the on-field stuff can sort of take care of itself. So we've now got scholarships available, which is how Nick Winter came to the club, on an Adelaide University scholarship. So came across from Tea Tree Gully through that, which also then obviously boosts on the field. So those two linking fairly closely together, and look, makes it an enjoyable place to play cricket.
Nervy moment.
That just held up in the wicket, didn't it? Evans just threw his shot way too early and got the leading edge. Lucky to get away with that. I think probably the most impressive part as an outsider looking at the cricket club, it's very close, isn't it?
That's one of those shots. As soon as it comes off the bat, you're like, no. Can I have that one? I want that one back.
Yeah. It's just the number of uni cricketers kind of going on to higher honours that's really been impressive. I mean, we talk about obviously Nick Winter, the Kerbers have both improved out of sight, like the likes of Joe Many. Yeah, it's just looking like a good place to be around at the moment.
Yeah, so the Gridiron Club is the only Adelaide University sports club that doesn't wear black and white.
How come?
Port Adelaide got there first.
Oh, joking.
Port Adelaide got there first. They have black, white and red. So they wear maroon, I will say maroon in the native dialect, but it's about as dark a maroon as you can possibly get.
As close to black
as close to black as they could possibly get it, yeah.
Because they were the Razorbacks, and they weren't...
They are the Razorbacks.
They are the Razorbacks.
Now, yeah.
But they weren't... they moved clubs, or one of the clubs merged or something?
I know the Breakers were there, but they did move. But yeah, the only Adelaide University side not to wear black and white.
There you go.
There you go. That'll come up in a pub quiz, never.
What position do you play in the
I did play. I'm retired now. I was playing quarterback.
So,
yeah.
Nice.
That was my final season this year, and we went down in the grand final yet again.
Oh no.
The Razorbacks for the 3rd year in a row.
Was it tight?
No. It was tight 3 years ago. Last year they embarrassed us, and then this year it wasn't as embarrassing, but they certainly were not troubled by us.
Interesting move here. We've gone back to Ben Ellis, who switched ends.
So it could be captaincy. It's either going to be brilliant or awful.
So the one over from Chris Beattie, and we've gone back to Ben Ellis. So just trying to find that right mix from this end after trying to save a few overs for Sam Kerber for later on.
It's actually really good batting as well, just keeping the fielding side on their toes. I think both batsmen took a liking to Beattie as soon as he came on, and forced the bowling change, which Wakim probably didn't want to have to do, but he's had to make the change and bring Ben Ellis back on.
Seems to be holding up a little bit in the wicket, doesn't it, for the spinners? So if they get their length right, just that sort of just back of a length, and it just seems to be holding up a bit.
So that then becomes, it really does become a chess game for Ben Wakim. That one's short and dispatched. One bounce 4.
It's just not a good length, that, is it? It's just really says kind of come and hit me towards that short boundary. If you're going to bowl kind of slightly back of a length on that, on about that middle stump line, I think you're going to get dispatched all day to that short boundary.
But do they want to give East Torrens this middle section of the game and then bring Kerber back to just stifle the end of it? And this is what I'm saying, this is where the captaincy, and it's a real tough call, because I don't know what he's got in reserve, but you don't want to waste Kerber now.
I think it might be time for a couple of overs from Nick Winter. I think from this end, he bowled really well from here earlier, wasn't getting hit around at all. I think this is kind of not danger signs for Uni, but just Evans has started to look a little bit better in the last couple overs. He's up to 33 off 65, so that strike rate of his is moving up. And yeah, he's clearly having a go at these medium paces from this end.
We've just got the run rate above 4 as well, so there was only a few overs ago we were talking about it being down at sort of 3.3. The only thing I can think of is what they might be trying to do is sneak through effectively what will be their 5th bowler. So Ellis, Beattie, maybe just try and sneak and get as much of the 5th bowler, I guess, done and out of the way during this period of the game.
So you need to find 10 overs from somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, so
you're going to get 10 from Kerber, Basisto, Winter and Many, and you need to find 10 from elsewhere.
10 left, so maybe that's what they're trying to do during.
He's missed out on that one. He's very much missed out on that one. That
was a hit me ball, wasn't
there is no fielder out on that deep point boundary, and so if you got anything on that was going for 4.
But I think you're right. I think
they've just lifted the head. It's not a good looking stroke.
It's not. It's the old Arnold Palmer follow through.
Just whipped it around.
Both bowlers have changed ends, so that's what's going to happen. So Chris Beattie's going to bowl from the hospital end.
I would be very unsurprised if this is not a big over for East Torrens. I think they're going to try and really go after this over.
Yeah, I mean this could be dispatched back over his head, because as we talked about the wind, it is bottom of your screen to top of your screen now.
What I think they've done this for is Beattie will come around the wicket like he did from the other end, but be bowling with the longer boundary. And so the batsmen are going to have to get absolutely all of it to clear.
Well, they've taken away the leg side, but
the leg side boundary
straight over the bowler's head is wind assisted.
I would be hoping, and I think Ben Wackham would be hoping, that Chris Beattie's not going to give too much width outside off stump here.
It's well bowled. We can see that field kind of speaks exactly to what you're saying, Luke. We've got the deep mid on. You've got that's 3 fielders out on that onside, just looking for that kind of false stroke towards there. So I don't mind it. I'd still be surprised if we didn't see at least one big stroke this over. It's well bowled again.
Yeah, he's found a good length there.
It's that slow Yorker. It's hard to play.
Using the drift as a medium pacer.
Yeah, I know, right? Sure, he would hate you saying slow. More than gentle.
More gentle, yeah.
Maybe people in glass houses, I think. I might have to be careful with what I say.
So, Cran back on strike, who's been hitting them quite well.
Oh, good fielding.
Very well fielded.
Because that was on its way. That would split the boundary fielders if it got past. We are live and we are interactive, and Luke is absolutely desperate to answer some of your questions. We haven't had much so far. Just if you do want to ask us a question, or you want to raise anything, any trivia, we are here for 7 hours. So if you want to have a chat with us, keep us entertained, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, tweet away. Comment away.
Did I just miss a signal from the umpire? We're going to free ball.
We do. We've got a free hit. Front foot, no ball. That must have been. Didn't realise that rule was alive in this competition.
Yep. So it is in all of the white ball formats, all the way through from first to the lower grades as well. So
we're expecting a Yorker, or he's going to do his best to just put a slow one in the block hole.
Yeah. Gentle.
Might try and maybe step away and whack it over cover or something.
It's just gone straight.
Depends
on how the outfield is. It's not going to get there.
That is a long boundary down there, isn't it?
I mean, it's deceptive how long that is. Good ball for a free ball, though.
Very well played. I think my favourite part about the free ball is that the fielding side can't change the fielding positions, which I think just adds an extra kind of element to it. I mean, you've got to be really, really good as a bowler to try and compensate for that.
Oh, nearly. I think there was a little bit about it there.
Look at a race across the outfield.
Gets there, though. So we did talk about it, and those of you who may be watching who aren't South Australian native, we have got our entire year's rainfall, came down yesterday and Friday night. And we talked about the outfielders, whether that would slow up or not, and it certainly looks like it is perfect. The outfield looks absolutely wonderful. But is it slow?
I mean, that one, you'd probably expect that to get away to the boundary on a normal day out here. I mean, it's probably a combination of the wind blowing the other way and a bit of a heavy deck. But yeah, gee, it's been absolutely pelting down the last couple of days here. So, I mean, even the fact that this oval...
Another one has happened.
Oh, and he's hurt himself, Dan Kerber there. It's hit a thumb or something.
It's 2 in a row. I think he's caught in exactly the same spot, Dan Kerber.
Blame the bowler for that one. Shouldn't be sending them down the leg side.
Been quite a long over from Beatty here. We're still going. Still got another ball to go. We've had a wide and a no ball. So this is going to be the 8th ball, the 9th ball of the over even.
Well, I think this is sort of, it's become a blot on the copybook at the moment. This the fallback bowlers, so not your openers. The better length as well, but just clipped on the pads to
the
square
5th
leg.
bowler has at the moment been quite expensive for Uni with Ben Ellis and Chris Beatty. I think they've probably got through maybe 5 to 6 overs now between them.
What other options do we have in the shed? What does Uni have in the shed?
Young man,
by the way.
young man Cooper Luke, who could bowl some medium pace as well.
Well, combined, they've gone for 35 runs.
Right. So yeah, that's something that Uni's going to have to address there. Because if that continues, then we could be Uni could be chasing quite a few.
So I've got a question, and Smokes, you've got a question as well. So my question is, who's my favourite NFL team as I'm a quarterback? It's almost quite embarrassing to say the New York Jets.
Oh my God.
I went over to New York, and they were the first team that I saw play live, so adopted them. Before that, it was kind of like Chicago Bears, just because of Walter Payton, and then now I'm dyed-in-the-wool New York Jets, and we're so bad, it's kind of become a badge of honour to stay with them.
He had a decent second half of the season when Darnold came back from his illness, and you got Le'Veon Bell.
We'll be all right when Tom Brady comes as backup to Sam Darnold. We'll be fine.
Interesting. Oof.
Bowling change here. So Joe Mennie has come back into the attack. He's actually only bowled 3 overs, which
3 for 10.
Probably thought he might have bowled a few more at the start of the innings. So they've held him back well here.
You wonder whether he's just holding him back for when he needs him. The question for you came from Aaron Laslett, Brown Labrador. Ask me my question. Aaron Laslett, Smokes, who's the best swing bowler at university? Swing is another interesting term for it.
Very funny, Aaron. I feel like he's sort of hinting at me to...
well, is it Aaron? Is it Aaron Laslett?
Yeah,
I've heard rumours that Aaron Laslett is the best swing bowler in district cricket.
Just ask him. That's a tough question.
It's got to be Nick Winter, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'd have to... I mean, look, Aaron's probably a close second. I might put myself on the podium. Sneak myself in there.
He was trying so hard not to, wasn't he?
Yeah, I couldn't resist.
Here we go.
It's a chance.
He's got him.
There
goes the finger.
Fantastic fielding.
I tell you what's interesting, the other end, Evans has tossed the bat away in disgust. He's like, what do I have to do for a partner around here?
That is outstanding fielding. Who was that? Did we see?
I'll tell you who it is, and we mentioned it earlier.
It was not Sam Kerber, was it?
My man Sam Kerber.
Oh my goodness.
The jack of all trades here. Look at him.
He's hit that right on the top of the stumps.
Left-handed, bang.
And do you know what? I reckon if he got the bat down, he would have been all right.
The bat
might have been the only thing.
Gee, that was tight.
It was, but I reckon it's the on their shirt.
Kangaroo.
Is it really? So welcome back. Apologies. We are back. The good news is you haven't really missed much. No more wickets. The run rate has stayed around 4. 2 down for 109. Cranmer and Cobain working in the middle at the moment. But I mean, it wasn't a bad time to go and have a break, really, was it?
No.
There's kind of a little bit of a lull at the moment.
Yeah, just going through that sort of middle stage of a 50-over game where the batting team are trying to minimise risks, I think, to set themselves up for the back end of the innings. So they're quite happy to tick the score over with 1s and 2s and things like that. The run out obviously put East Torrens on the back foot a little bit. But Cranmer and Cobain at the moment are just settling down the ship as the groundsmen go past.
We did get some news as well while we were off air. We are getting some East Torrens people who are going to come and sit and have a chat with us. We've lost Eddie for now. He had to go off and do something else, so it's just Luke and I working with you for the next bit.
That'll be good to
it'd be nice to
get
some
some opinions.
Yes.
To get a bit of insight into East Torrens' side of things, perhaps how they feel they're going. I did just wander around and have a look at the song sheet, as I mentioned before.
Okay, yep.
There's a few, there's some absolute rippers. So hopefully we get to hear a few a bit later on with the trumpet. The People's Choice Credit Union have come down and.
So welcome back. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are being the gremlins have got us a little bit. So we are back again, hopefully this time for longer. And again, not really much happened. We were talking though while we were off air, just the way that Ben Joaquim has set up the field. There's runs behind wicket, behind the wicket. If the batsman can find the spot, there's runs there. And then he's asking a lot of his bowlers to make sure that they're not pitching it in a place where they can give up those runs. But I suppose that's just cricket 101, isn't it? Bowled to places people can't score runs.
Exactly right. But you're right there, Dave, is the field at the moment, everyone, only 2 players behind the wicket. So,
and they're quite shallow behind the wicket as well. So, but, and again, we've talked about this, the outfield does not seem to be, so that one will find a way through the fielder and go for 4. Just doesn't seem to be as quick as it looks.
No, it looks very quick, but as we mentioned before, we had a fair bit of rain in the last 2 days here in Adelaide. So while it looks quick on top, not necessarily running across the field that quickly. We've just had 2 boundaries in this over, which is a positive sign for East Torrens.
And we are going to welcome into the commentary position somebody from East Torrens, and apologies, we haven't had time to do introductions or anything, so you have to introduce yourself.
Greg Size here, folks, and I'm sitting next to Luke Smoker. Hello, Luke.
How are you, Greg?
Good, mate.
So, well, we've talked about from an Adelaide University point of view how happy they are. From an East Torrens point of view, where do you feel you sit at the moment?
Well, we've certainly got wickets in hand, which is handy. Probably like a few more on the board. Having said that, we've got some serious firepower to come. Obviously, if Ian Cobain can stay in, he can go late, and then we've got Luke Robins in the shed who, hits a fairly long ball. So, whilst we'd like a few more, I don't think we're that uncomfortable where it sits.
I think that's what we talked about earlier, was having wickets in hand to be able to attack the last sort of 15 to 10 overs, and which is what you're setting yourselves up to do quite nicely.
Yeah.
So that is the end of that over, and that's 2 wickets down for 124. It's a really interesting battle at the moment because we're not really sure whether what Adelaide University's got left in the tank bowling wise, and I think he's having to be quite clever about what he's doing with his bowlers compared to the firepower that's sat in the dugout at the moment for East Torrens.
Yeah, I think it's a real game of cat and mouse at the moment. I noticed when Cobain came in, they went straight to Winter, which I thought was a good move because he's obviously a key wicket for us. So it is interesting. I think there's been some good captaincy so far.
I think they might go back to they're going to go back to a little bit of spin.
Yeah.
Just try and save Many and Winter a few overs, probably late to close it out, I would have thought.
Definitely.
I mean, Kerber's been reasonably economical, and Basisto probably got a couple of overs to go, so maybe trying to sneak through that fifth bowler, which the fifth bowler for Uni's been reasonably expensive. I don't have the stats right in front of me, but Ellis and Beattie combined would have been quite expensive, I think.
Yeah, I'll refresh that and we'll see whether we can get some better.
Yeah, I think they might have gone at 6s or 7s. Yeah.
Oh, he did find that spot again, but this time they got a lovely half volley straight. Gonna get that.
That's good fielding.
Beattie bowled beautifully against us in the T20. It looks like the guys made a concerted effort to get after him today, I think.
Well, yeah. Ellis and Beattie combined have gone for 36.
Off how many overs?
Off, where is that? 7 overs.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad. That's okay for your fifth bowler.
Yeah. Yeah, look, Chris Beattie's one of those bowlers who's, as we talked about before, Dave, not overly express, but will hit that spot, and if you let him hit that spot, he'll do it for 10 overs, and before you know it, he'll have, one for 25 off his 10 overs, and you go, oh, we didn't really probably cash in on that as much as we should have.
It's interesting, we've got the pitch on the extreme eastern side today, which makes that a very gettable boundary, doesn't it?
Well, we talked about it. There's only been 1-6 and only a couple of 4s have run away to that boundary. I think Kerber in particular and Basisto, both of them, have just bowled to spots where it's taken that boundary out of the equation.
Oh, they're good bowlers. Very, very good operators. Both of them would be very, very high up in the Bradman medal this year, I would have thought, both of those guys.
A little tip and run. Like we said before, though, it is the Kerber day, so there's a stumping from the Kerber behind the wicket, and the run out has come from Kerber.
Well, I hope from an East Torrens point of view, we have our brothers, the Robins brothers, do something when we field with a bit of luck. But we've got some runs to make before we worry about that.
That one is slapped away to the short boundary. Interesting again, I wonder whether there's an issue with sight lines over that side, Luke, because he didn't move again.
Yeah, that's Joe Many out there. There's a couple of times he sort of seemed to have picked up the ball quite late.
I wonder whether, because it's low, is he not getting it out of the picket fence?
I've heard some of our lads, we're lucky enough to play here a fair bit the last 2 years, say that picket fence plus bit of light bouncing off the windows in Karen Rolton. It's quite hard to pick up.
Oh, there you go, because that's twice. You mentioned it before on there was a 4 that split them and he hardly moved then, and that one.
I don't think he was getting that one, but still, yeah.
I mean, I think from a captain point of view, you'd want to see him try, wouldn't you?
Might if he's saying, hey, I play for the Red Bats, so just let the young fella pick that one up from the boundary gutter, maybe. He's got his hands on his hips over there. He's
dreaming about something.
Yeah, he bowled 7 overs.
My day's nearly done.
Correct. He actually had a pretty good partnership at the back end of last week in the semi-final, to be fair.
He's a good batter, Joe.
Yeah, Uni were in a little bit of strife chasing Kensington's 210 and young Daniel behind the stumps, and Joe got us over the line.
That was good little innings from one of our East Torrens juniors, Cooper Luke, that helped you out there.
Correct, as well, definitely.
Good player, Cooper.
Cooper and Daniel got us close enough, and then unfortunately, Cooper got out, and Joe came in and got us over the line.
Good bloke to have come in that circumstance.
So they've gone back to double spin now with Basisto.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you? I mean, 1 for 14 off 5 overs.
Great figures.
He's just bowling that hard length and trying to ask the batsman to sort of cut and pull really.
Medium pace off cutters.
Yeah.
I think, I can't remember whether it was yourself or whether it was Eddie who was talking about just constricting the batsman. And both of these spinners, you see them, they just can't get their hands free. They can't play shots at the moment.
He's very good at restricting that. He's probably as good as anyone going around, I reckon.
What do you think a good total would be here?
I think you've got to be over 250, don't you?
Yeah, the
I would
pitch
think.
does look pretty good. I haven't been out there myself. Did you go out there?
No, I didn't get a chance,
any
but I've
feedback
never
from-
known a bad pitch here, Luke.
I did manage to go out, and it basically looks like a carpet at the moment. There's no cracks in it or anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that you might get is the footmarks started. That you could see that there was footmarks there with little bits in it,
I
but
think,
oh,
he's placed it well.
Chipped, well chipped.
Mm.
Might go for 4.
Nope.
no, not quite. That outfield clearly is not.
Not great running
Not
from
as
the guys there. They should have got 3 there. I thought it might have done a little bit earlier after sitting under covers for a couple of days, but if it did, the guys played it pretty well.
Yeah, I thought you did really well in the first 10.
Yeah, they
especially
respected those guys bowling.
with Winter and
Yeah.
Many, who are, not to be sneezed at, those two.
I thought that was a conscious effort from our guys to let's just see off these quality bowlers early. Not to say the rest of them aren't quality.
Oh, he's played all around that.
We got a little nick on that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that on the replay, whether there was a little nick or whether it just beat everyone. And we get to see it now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
little nick.
yeah.
Tough one to take as a keeper.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare. He's
They either just go in or they go out, don't
basically
they?
stopped 4 then. We played our T20 Grand Final last year on this pitch, on this side of the oval.
And we have plane shot number 1 of the day, I think, to be honest.
Number 1,
The Spacequake sports crew do love their planes. That's our first one of the day.
plane spotters.
Yeah, they love it.
Yeah, we played on this pitch in the T20 Grand Final last year, and there was so many balls landing up the hill here. It was amazing.
Just haven't seen it. And I think it's a combination of the bowling just hasn't given them that.
Ah, this bowled great.
And and again, we said it earlier on, it's deceptive. When we look at it now, it looks like a decent hit. When you actually stand out in the middle, you almost feel like, you could kick it there. It's short.
You obviously kick further than I do, but
But that's an interesting one, actually. We'll come back to that, because we were talking before we came on air this morning about warm-ups and stuff like that. Now, when I finally got here, I think I drove around about 3 times looking for a park. But when I finally got here, you were all into proper cricket warm-ups and all of that. Was there an AFL ball hanging around
the ex-Torrens
oval?
boys would have had an AFL ball. I'm not sure about the uni guys.
Yeah, I mentioned before, I don't know if I mentioned it on air, but speaking to our coach, Ben Hilliard, and he said that they used to sort of play a modified rugby game in the warm-up, and he said, I spoke to him yesterday, and he said they've had to stop it, and I said, oh, well, why is that? And he said, no, the blokes were getting too competitive.
Yeah.
They were taking that more seriously than the game of cricket,
Yeah.
so they've stopped the sort of football warm-up.
It's a really interesting point, isn't it? Because we were talking about losing Glenn McGrath back in 2000. And
that's right, when he tripped on the cricket
rolled
ball.
his ankle. Was it the cricket ball or the
Cricket
AFL
ball.
ball?
When he tripped on a cricket.
Someone left a cricket ball stand, and as a coach,
Yeah.
I still tell kids off for leaving cricket balls around, and then say to them, Glenn McGrath, then I realise that they weren't old enough to remember that.
Yeah.
I don't.
Who?
Exactly.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, 2005.
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago, was it?
No, you get bonus.
Doesn't feel like that.
You get
No.
bonus points if you can tell us who replaced him. We both know.
Yeah.
In that game, 2005.
Who came in? Do you even remember this guy? We talked about it just before.
I only remember because we looked it up.
Yeah, because we looked it up before. But we
Oh, you
could
say you cheated.
I would never have got it.
Was it Kasperowicz?
Oh,
Wow, ding,
tell
ding,
you
ding.
what.
We have a winner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I know he was involved in that series because he was at the other end when Brett Lee
Correct, that's
gloved that
right.
ball
Well,
behind.
Gloved it, apparently, which,
Definitely.
depending on what
I heard the noise from my house.
depending on what side of the hemisphere you're on, I think.
Actually, warm-up games, I think our guys are doing a lot of soccer this year as we've got 2 Englishmen in the team. So, but having said that, they're not that good at it, so it's quite interesting.
Well, if they were any good at it, they wouldn't be playing cricket, would they?
They are both professional cricketers. Good point.
Will they be here all for the 2-day finals, or do they have to
Ian's
go?
only come over to play white ball cricket,
Oh, okay.
so he still plays white ball stuff for Gloucester.
Yeah.
Tom's here for the whole year, and then he's just signed a 3-year deal with Middlesex.
Oh, beautiful.
So he's been on loan to Derby and made 300s for Derby last year, and Middlesex said, we'll have him back, thanks very much. So we actually he hasn't had a chance to really get going, Tom, as yet for us. Our top three have made lots of runs this year, which is a good problem to have, but I'm sure he'll get some opportunities at some stage.
So, change of over again, 2 wickets down for 141 runs, so that target of 220 is looking definitely gettable.
I want 250, mate.
250?
Yep.
Was there
220 is not enough for me.
Was there a chance that Jake Lehman was going to play today, or was he always out?
I found out earlier this week he was picking that team,
in that cricket
It's down
Australia
on,
team.
It's down on the My Cricket app.
we just did that just to mess with you.
That old chestnut.
So is this his first year at East Torrens? Because he was at Kensington not
Who?
too long ago. Jake Lehman, no?
No.
Wash your mouth out with soap. He's an East Torrens Junior. Come all the way
Who's the
through.
other Lehman then, who then went on to
Henry.
the Strikers?
He plays for the Strikers, Lemo.
Yeah, he played for Kensington not too long ago, no?
No.
Not Jake Lehman, no.
Oh.
No.
Is there more than one Lehman? Has he got a brother?
Darren.
I know Darren.
No, there's only one of them. He's always played for us.
Oh, okay. Oh, you must have played against Kensington in the match that I did a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
In the 2020.
Yes.
There we go.
Last year, wasn't it? No?
We play him in 2020 every year, so.
Good shot.
Henry
So-
Doull's come to East Torrens from Kensington this year.
Dull, that's how you say it, Dave.
Doull or Dale.
Oh,
we had the same debate
yeah.
earlier this morning.
I think he accepts anything, either. So I grew up with people with the same spelling, and they preferred Doull, but I think Henry is more a Dale man.
Okay.
Well, that one's
That was a great
banked
shot.
Which
away.
I don't mind with my Indian food, I must admit.
Yeah, very good.
Mm.
That's a great shot there.
Yeah.
Hit that hard to the long boundary as well.
It is,
And it raced
yeah.
there.
One bounce and went. I think that's keep the grass out of it, I think, is going to get it to the boundary.
We've just started to see the sweep come out a little bit in these last sort of 4 to 5 overs, and it's proving to be...
Is it the sweep or the mow?
yeah. That might have been a mow, that one, but it
Well,
was, it was effective.
Doesn't matter in white ball
No.
cricket.
Well, speaking as a coach, you dropped that before that you're coaching at the moment. What has 2020 done to the longer form of cricket
From
from a batting point of view?
From what point of view? From the
So
top
obviously-
level or the lower levels?
Well, even at this level, I mean, probably you wouldn't have seen that. You wouldn't have seen shots like we've just seen
no, we.
pre-2020.
So the one-day comp in Adelaide, that changed a bit. That came in late 80s. So that made players be more expansive with the games, but it was
Yeah.
more traditional shots still.
Yeah.
It was, But now with 2020, so we were lucky enough to win the 2020 flag last season, and we had a lad called Ben Loudon play for us, who's only a tiny little fella, but he played beautifully for us throughout the comp by coming in at 5 and noodling the ball around the corner, ramping, reverse sweeps, and running quick between the wickets. So he had, even though he's a little fella, he had to develop skills that got him picked basically. So you've got to be smart like that if you're not a big hitter, or otherwise you're not going to play much 2020, are you?
Something that, as a current, and I'm still playing, I'm playing in the lower grades, but even at I'm 33, but it was something even when I was a junior, so sort of 15 years ago, that you didn't go in the nets and practice a lap sweep or no, everyone would look at you and said,
What are you doing,
what are
mate?
you doing?
Pull your head in.
Luke, what are you doing? Get
Yeah.
out of the nets. You stop wasting everyone's
Absolutely.
time. So even as someone who's now playing, we get to play a little bit of 2020 in the lower grades now, I'm actually finding myself learning new skills because of the 2020 game.
Because it's a really interesting battle, and we talked about that before, the evolution of 2020, where you'd start and you'd have your big quicks and your wicketkeeper would be halfway to the boundary line, and now everything sort of slowed down a little bit. So then the batsmen, who were just bringing out basically tree trunks and swinging for the fences, now can't, because all of the pace has been taken off, and that's when we're now starting to see the noodling. People said that the short game would be the death of cricket, and I don't think it has. I mean, I think there's always, and one day as the 50 over form seems to be the one that gets the most discussion around it as to, is there a place for it in cricket?
I think with the one-day stuff, the beauty of 50 over cricket is still you can take a fiver and you can make 100.
Yeah.
So that's where I think its value lies. But I can also understand if you've got 14 games of strikers to go to, you're not going to bother to take the kids to a one-day, and that's where the crowds are dropping off there.
Yeah, but and I've had this conversation before, and it's always something that raises its head, particularly around this time of year. In Australia, the conversation is around, is one-day cricket dead? Because they don't get the crowds as big as they do with the T20. But you look at a one-day international in Karachi or in Delhi and tell me that one-day cricket's dead. Like
I love their
100,000
cricket over there,
people
don't they?
watching
But
that
they
one
don't
day.
go to the test matches anymore, whereas they used to pack out the test matches.
Yeah,
They
so
don't go anymore. Whereas we still go to the test. Well, in Adelaide we do anyway.
Yep.
So that's even different in different parts of Australia. Oh, look, it's good to have different formats. Provide something different for everyone. I know the players at the top level still
I don't think
love
you would-
Test cricket.
I don't think you would care, would you?
But-
You're playing cricket. Well, you don't care whether it's 50 overs, 5 days,
Yeah.
or 20 overs.
But the players,
Cricket.
they still love Test cricket. It's still
Yeah.
the pinnacle. But there is going to be more players who go, I'm not going to make Test cricket, but I reckon I can make a really good living out of this short form stuff. There's
I think
guys
I've
that do
had
that already.
I've had the debate with a couple of my mates now who've got young kids, and I said, well, what do you tell them? Do you tell them they can make a truckload of money from jumping around to all the different T20 comps around the world?
Geez, they've got to be good though.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, that's you can make. I would suggest a lot more money doing that than you could representing your country.
I find it interesting. I think there's been a flip, because if you look at what sport is and what it started out, it's the best of the best playing against each
Yeah,
other. That's what it
absolutely.
is, and then people went and watched them. Now it's flipped, and sports are trying to say, how do we put on a product for the people who've come and
It's
watched?
entertainment.
No, well, that's not what Test cricket is. It's not what top level football is. It's not what top level soccer is. If you want to go and watch it, go and watch it. You know, I don't think the sport should be trying to tailor the sport to the audience, if that makes sense.
It's pretty hard with a product like Test cricket to change it too much.
Yeah,
really,
I don't
isn't it?
think you ever should. And you know, kids will grow up and they'll realise the beauty of it. If you want to, you will.
Yeah. And look, I think with T20 cricket, it's probably brought a lot of families and ladies to the game,
Absolutely.
which is good.
Without a doubt. I was at the Strikers game last night, and while there wasn't that many people there, the amount of the kids, they love it. And if that's going to be good for the game of cricket.
One thing I love about the T20 game is good shot through the covers there. Is what it's done to fielding generally. The level of fielding now is awesome. As much as you hear old people bagging it,
They're athletes now, aren't they?
yeah.
It's
Even the quicks are great fielders
correct.
now.
You know, back in the day where you might have seen maybe Courtney Walsh field a couple with his feet. You know,
kick it over the rope.
You know, and not perhaps diving. Now, I mean, you see, you know, best bowler in the world, Patrick Cummins, is doing full-length dives, and
I find it interesting. You actually notice when people don't dive now. You go, oh, that was a pretty ordinary bit of fielding.
yeah, you're exactly right. It's just flirting with that.
Ooh.
Oh,
Not cool.
No,
It's
it's
on
cool.
the white line.
Flirting with just trying
Obviously, it
to
was just inside.
see what Kerber's trying to do here is take out that short leg side boundary by bowling the ball as wide as he can, really.
We are back. Apologies, the Gremlins seem to be getting us really quite badly. What did we miss in that? Cranmer has got his 50th half century, so
Yeah, 50 up for Mikey Kremer. He's having another really good year. Very, very consistent player. He's bowled some off spin later as well, which have improved out of sight. So, pretty handy cricketer.
but we have been talking, you've been alluding to while on air and off air, just, you know, there are people here who were on the list for the Strikers who went down last night, but how many of them are out there?
So we've got Nick Winter. So he's been on the list for Strikers for 3 years without getting a game. So he may be a little frustrated, I'd imagine. We've got Joe Menny's Renegades. Played a couple of games. Luke Robins for East Torrens was on the Renegades list as a replacement player for 5 games this season, but didn't get a game. So potentially got some frustrated players out there.
Definitely, I think particularly Nick Winter, who's been in that situation, well, the last sort of maybe 2 or 3 seasons. He actually did start in his T20 career playing for the Renegades.
He did,
and actually
and
played
did really well.
Played a few games for them, and then
he played that before Shield cricket, I reckon.
Correct, he did, and then came across or back to the Strikers. But yeah, can't.
Oh, they've asked for it. No, not moved.
That's an interesting one.
Geez, the fielders look heavily disappointed.
Confident.
Let's see. I doubt very much we're going to see anything, but
Come off the toe if he did nick it, didn't it?
Winter and Kerber were straight up.
we're not quite.
Batter didn't look back, so that's usually a bit of a sign. No idea. No
Hard
idea.
to tell. You're right though. If he did nick it, it's come off the sort of toe end, hasn't it?
Sort of Kevin Peterson area, isn't it?
But Winter continues this
Amazing
great
spell.
spell of bowling.
Oh. And he looked like he was going to be dangerous when he first came on, and I wonder whether him coming off, because he came off quite early, and I wonder whether that was Ben just trying to keep him up his
saving
sleeve.
it for these guys.
Yeah.
Um,
Because we now are we're in that stage that we talked about where it kind of becomes a 20-20 innings at this point.
yeah, absolutely.
So it's a game within a game.
The thing about Nick as well is he's a bit quicker than everyone gives him credit for, so he tends to creep up on batters. Should have been a second there. Very hard pressed to run out from that boundary.
He is getting it to move off the seam as well.
And he's one of the best swing bowlers in Australia, isn't he? He's a terrific cricketer.
Particularly, and what you'll find is when he gets to use the juke ball.
Yeah,
So
which is coming up, isn't it?
They'll get to do that in the Shield cricket after the Christmas here, and that's when he dominated the back end of last season, didn't he? In the
Well,
Shield,
the season before, I reckon.
In
Yeah,
the Shield, with the juke ball, just knocking people over LBW and bowled all the time.
Left armers that can swing it back in and gold, aren't they? Absolutely gold.
Just left-sided players, regardless of the sport, just coach's dream. Just everything about them is just different. You have a left-sided or a left-footed player in any sport that just seem to bring more to the party. That one looked a bit full. Good stop though.
Saved 4 there.
I reckon it might have got through. Yeah, well done. Just going to time for the batters to put a bit of more urgency into it, I reckon.
Yeah, what have we got? 13 overs to go. Run rate 4.4.
We needed 250 at least, so we're bowled.
Who will take that responsibility, Greg? Will it be
They'll
Grandmother?
slip Robins in next,
Okay.
I'd imagine, but Cobain generally goes.
He's
Mikey will look to bat through, Kramer will look to bat through, Cobain will go, I would have thought.
Yep.
And then they'll probably bring Robins in.
Right. Who's due to come in next?
Tom Lace.
Okay.
Poor bugger can't get a bat. Well, there you
Well,
go.
he's made a lot of room.
Well,
He's not got enough of it.
Kramer's going to have a go. There you go, I was wrong. So he's giving himself some room. Tried to go over cover, which was not silly. But just didn't get enough of it, did he?
No, I thought it was the right play. Back away, give yourself some room to the short boundary, but no, didn't get any
It'll
of
be
that.
interesting to see if it's Lace or Robins, whether they think 13 overs, get a traditional batsman out there. Looks like they're going with, no, hang on, that is Robins. Number 0. Is that technically a number? 0, is it?
Oh, we haven't got time to get into that. But no, I don't think it is a number, is it, officially?
He's got it on his back. It's
So-
interesting.
Yeah, I'd be interested to
So
talk
he's
to
going to
him.
have, he'll have a dip.
I'd be interested to talk to him about why that choice has been made.
I wouldn't start that conversation
I would
with Luke.
assume that is a choice.
I wouldn't start that conversation with Luke.
May never end.
Never end, mate. He's got theories on theories. Don't worry about that.
A real thinker of the game.
Yeah, he is. Thinks too much sometimes, but he's a wonderful talent, terrific cricketer. Pity he hasn't got going with the bat at a high level yet. because obviously we've seen it in grade cricket what he can do. He's explosive, but at first class level hasn't got going yet.
Well, explosive probably is the right time to put him in then if he's and manages to get his eye. I don't want to keep going on about the short boundary, but you do feel like it's going to lull people into shots like we've just seen.
Well, he'll be the man to lull into it, I can guarantee that. But having said that, there's not a boundary going around that can hold him. But
Will he have a look at a couple?
I hope he has a look at a couple, but you never know, Luke. He's an interesting cat.
So just the 1-6 today so far.
Louis Evans. We wouldn't have picked it, would have been Louis Evans that hit the 1-6 for the day.
And he hit it well.
Yeah, he hit him beautifully, actually.
I mean, he's hit it that well, I don't think it would matter where the pitch is out there. That was gone.
It's good, another one of our juniors coming through, so great to see them having an impact, Louis.
So Kremer on strike. He's
No,
built
this will be Robins, I reckon, because Kremer's out, hopefully.
Oh well,
Yeah.
Well, not hopefully, but he is out.
Kramer is definitely out.
There you go, he's had a look at the first one. There you go.
Good length though. He's restrained.
Yeah, I wonder how far he can hit a golf ball.
Got any good golfers at the club?
Louis Evans, very good golfer.
Do they play the same handed? Brian Lara didn't.
Yeah, I believe.
really?
I believe they all play the same hand. Usually depends what sort of golf clubs you got at home, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but Brian Lara played right-handed because he
Rod Marsh as well, left-handed batsman, right-handed golfer.
yeah,
apparently.
didn't want to change the because
he had right-handed sticks at home.
It's well, Brian Lara was definitely he didn't want to mess with his cricket stroke.
Yeah, interesting.
That's what I blame my slice on.
I'm just a horrendous golfer.
Golf or cricket?
No, I blame my
Both.
golf slice
Yeah.
on my cricket.
Because you're blocking it.
Plenty of
Got to get that
inside-
bottom hand through, and that's the
inside
problem.
out
You've got to
shots.
get that bottom hand through in golf, and if you
Correct.
get the bottom hand through in cricket, you're in all sorts of
Yeah.
problems, aren't you?
So Winter's going
I
out.
can't even go into what's wrong with my golf. Apart from it's really bad. No
Stick
idea.
to putt.
I've
My wife beats me at that as well, Luke. So
I've found that the perfect way to play golf, X-golf down in Marion. You
yeah,
hit it at a
have a beer.
screen.
You can have a beer.
Have
Yeah.
a beer, you hit it at a screen, and off it goes,
Yeah.
and then it just takes you there.
They're everywhere. Those
So
things.
good.
They're all over Australia.
They are. Oh,
Oh, we've almost had lift off with the shelter.
yeah, we're not tied down. That
Come
one
on,
will
guys.
just
You
be-
seriously, where's the occupational health and safety concerns? You haven't tied the shelter down.
we we'll work that out.
Some sandbags or something.
We'll get something.
I think this could be an interesting battle here.
He's going to try and restrain himself, Luke, but I just don't know whether he'll be able to.
What do you
I
want
think-
him to?
I'm not too fast. I just want him. If he's going to go, I want him to go straight.
I think that's a really interesting point. Again, he just hasn't got a length that he wants. He wants to.
That's all right. I'm happy for him to have a few siders because he can make it up so quickly.
Make it up at the back end.
Yeah.
Is there a level where you think I've seen it on occasion where your big hitter comes in and they just nerves or pressure gets the most of them and they're just not willing to let it off the reins?
No, I haven't seen it with Luke.
Will be an issue with Luke.
His default is go. I'm sure he gets nervous. Everyone gets nervous.
Well, there's
Yeah,
one.
he's
It's going to
decided
drop
to go
short the fielder.
But I'd rather he hit straight when he goes. I don't think there's too many overs for the spinners to bowl, which would be his bread and butter.
So then we get back into that cat and mouse moment where does Ben know that, and is Ben going to
They
keep
know
the
each other
spinners
very,
off?
very well. They know, played each other against each other, these guys, for so long.
It's two there if they
Should have been
push and they
two
decide
there.
against
I'd like
it.
to see the batters and putting a bit more pressure on.
Yeah.
As you said, it's a long way out there, and it's going to take an almighty throw to run you out from there.
To be fair, I reckon we've been a little poor between the wickets for a lot of this white ball season. Having said that, we've played great and we've made 2 finals, so you can't be too critical. That's being very, very picky.
Just on the spinners, Kerber has bowled 8 overs and Basisto has bowled 7.
Yeah.
There's still 5 overs to go there from the spinners.
Will they bowl
so-
them all? We might not.
They might not. I think.
Zealous has bowled 3
I
or
think
4.
they might get Chris Beattie to bowl a few more.
He's bowling well now.
after sort of starting reasonably poorly, I guess. He's managed to pull it back reasonably well. What are his figures, Dave? Chris Beattie.
Chris Beattie, 6 overs, 37.
Yeah, I think he was up to 2 overs for 20.
Yeah,
so
I think he's pulled
He's
back
pulled
really
that
well.
back
He's
quite
pulled
well.
that
yeah.
back.
Someone on a deck like this, on a ground like this, someone's always going to go for 6 or 7 and over. It's the nature of the way.
I
it is.
think that's Ellis. He's seen 3 overs and then.
Yep, and that happens. That's great.
Oh, there
my
goes
goodness,
one,
that's a
just
nice
flicked
shot.
off the pads, and that again.
That's the power of the man. So
Doesn't
he's just
matter.
got to restrict where and how often he goes.
I don't think that matters. Which whereabouts he was, that would have gone.
It's just a little flick, that one.
It was actually a reasonably poor ball from Winter. It was probably a half volley on.
Yeah, it's
on
probably the
leg,
worst
and-
bowl he's bowled.
and
The poor bugger's gone.
Romans has just
Yeah.
said thank you, and that's probably a bonus for East Torrens because he probably wasn't expecting
Been happy for
to
a
get
single
that
off the
many,
last ball, probably.
that many runs off a Nick Winter over. So
The one
11 overs
benefit-
to go.
The one benefit is he keeps the strike. He loses the strike, so it's the only thing.
Still
the
got
only
Cobain
benefit
on
to
strike.
The guy down the other end can whack him
He's
as
all
well. Yeah.
I think he got 70 off 30 balls in the T20 semi-final, Cobain. So
So he played for Northern Districts.
no,
That's someone.
he's always played for us.
Okay.
So this is his 3rd season for us.
Right. Yep.
Met his wife, his 1st season for East Torrens. So he's got an Australian wife, hence why he comes back a lot. Amy,
And so they float between Australia
at this
and
stage, but Ian's, I think it's going to, he said to me it's likely to be his last year for Gloucester. He'd love another year, but he's not
Happy
not
wife, happy
banking
life,
on it,
mate.
Not banking on it. No, his wife wants him to keep playing.
Oh right.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
Because she loves the splitting the summers.
Never have a
Double.
winter.
Never have a winter.
Yeah, I like it.
that's
I
right.
don't
So
mind
she's
it.
loving it at the moment. And she gets to come home this time of the year and see her family from Adelaide. And so Ian's a 2nd generation first class cricketer. His dad, Ian Senior, played a lot of county cricket. It's a dirty mow from Luke there.
Yeah, there was.
Again, I reckon he tried to. I reckon he was trying to get access the offside.
I reckon he should just go straight. Don't stress
He'd be
about it.
better off whacking one into the side screen down the
I mean, yeah, if
bottom
you
end
look,
there.
look
Mid
at-
on, long on, and long off are quite wide.
Yeah, you get enough of it, they ain't getting there.
Oh, that could have gone too well bowled.
Well, this is BT, isn't it? Yeah, BT, who really has, like we said, wound it all in, and like you said, he just seems to be hitting the right spot now. Over
Very
and
hard to
over
get
again.
away, these sort of bowlers. Really
Yeah,
hard.
not a lot of pace to work with.
Yeah.
Sort of maybe rolling the fingers across
It looks like he just bowls off cutters
a
pretty much
few of
most
them.
of the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I actually reckon he could have gone that one.
That's
See
one
there,
you
boys.
could have tipped. Yeah, over mid wicket there.
It's easy from here, though,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Very easy to play.
Yeah,
from
let me
right
just
here.
say, for anyone who's listening, I was a terrible cricketer, so
I missed 2 of us. We've already covered me off. Smoker apparently is one of the best in his grade.
that's what he keeps telling us.
Yeah.
So, yes.
That's where I got my information.
I'll just keep. Look, as long as I found my level. Just keep dropping. The older I get, just keep dropping down.
We've all got our ashes.
Oh,
Little slower ball there.
Yeah,
Cunning.
he's just not sure, is he?
that was a good over that one.
3 off, I reckon. Yep, 3 off. Well bowled.
10 overs to go. I think you'd be looking at. Well, you're trying to be getting at least 70 really.
Yeah, got to
Get to
get
that
250.
to that. Yeah, as close to 250 as
Especially-
these times can.
You've got a great batting lineup, Uni. Great batting lineup.
A couple of recruits this year help that out.
Pretty handy ones.
Basisto and Vagila.
Yeah, haven't seen much of Badger, but when I have seen him, he's done well. It's like a slightly unorthodox player, Badger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. He made
Left-hander.
a 50. He made 100 just before or just after Christmas actually.
Yeah.
It was probably the first time he probably didn't have the best start to the season he would have liked, but
I reckon he made 100 in the Redbacks League. I reckon. But that
Yeah,
was
that
September,
would
of
have been
course.
September, yeah.
That's pre-season. Many back on.
he's got 3 overs left. Trying to target that short boundary again, you would have thought.
Yeah. Have your most experienced guys bowling to that. It's a smart idea. They should have the best control to keep it outside off stump.
That's the plan.
Here's the plan. You know what that best laid's plans,
Yeah,
though.
that's exactly right.
He hasn't
Oh,
got
he's
that.
looked for it.
That's
It's
out and tipping.
high and gone. And that, yeah, I actually watched that one. I have to be honest, I've been watching the cricket rather than looking at the monitor. And he's put that almost on the white line outside off stump. And he's gone right across the line, looking for the short boundary. As we talked about, lulling them, trying to get them to hit big onto that side. Top edge, gone.
I don't mind Luke going for that, because if he gets half of that at 6.
It's an interesting choice of ball, I thought. I wasn't expecting a...
It's probably not his strength as a batter. His strength is sort of hitting off the front foot, so...
Potentially, maybe they knew that, and then
Yeah,
they weren't
that.
happy to feed him the fuller length.
They wouldn't have been pitching up to him, I don't reckon.
No.
So, well bowled.
No, short and outside. And it is so tempting, that boundary.
Right.
Who's coming?
Who have we got?
I'm wondering if this is Ryan King. I'll tell you when he faces up. If it's left-hander, it's Ryan King. If it's a right-hander, it's Tom Lace.
Well, we get to see...
It won't be on strike.
That doesn't help us at all, does
No.
it? I think
It'll
I
go
know.
back to-
other than a
It'll
number.
go back to Cobain.
Let's see whether our camera...
What sort of bats he got? That'll help us out.
Left-hander, I
Is it
think.
a TNF?
Left-hander.
Left-hander TNF, that's Ryan King. So, another one of our juniors. So, King's only just turned 18, but he's been playing A-grade cricket for 3 years. So,
All right.
did very well in the under-19 comp for SA in December
No, I
at
hate
the
to
national
be.
comp.
I hate to be that guy.
What have you
but,
done?
I thought I felt it a couple of times. I think we're starting to get a little bit of rain.
Nah. Just some drizzle.
We've had all of our rain.
Yeah.
I know. We had it all a year's worth over the last couple of days. There's nothing on the radar. Interesting.
So, yes, young King, as I said, 18-year-old left-hander. Very promising player. He's got lovely natural timing. Needs to get through the first few balls. He's a bit of a nervous starter.
Well, and batting in a watch.
That's a sweatband. isn't it?
Sweatband.
No,
isn't
there's
it?
a watch there as well.
Oh,
On
he's
that
obviously
left hand.
obviously looking after his timing.
That's not something I've
Boom,
seen
boom.
before.
Yeah.
He's a rare cat, Ryan. He does live at my house quite often. He's from Lobethal, so he doesn't quite make it home some Saturday nights. So camps at the Size household.
Maybe he's got somewhere to be. He's on a. He's to keep an eye on the time.
Well, his mates from the Lobethal Cricket Club are playing in the Country T20 final
Oof. Welcome to the show, right?
today at Adelaide Oval. So I wonder if they got a win.
That would be on now before
I reckon
the
it's finished.
I
know they're only chasing
cricket
80.
football match.
Yeah,
Cricket football.
it was
That's half.
it was a curtain raiser.
Well, that's
Yeah,
half
right.
two, that one, isn't it?
They're only chasing 80, so the Lobethal boys. So you'd hope you'd better get that. Said that before though, haven't we?
Correct, absolutely.
That's
Oh, that's
young
got to be a
short
wide, I would have
again.
thought.
Was that a potential slow ball?
Might have tried
slow
to be,
ball
yeah.
bumper. Went the quicker
Pulled
bumper,
it
then
down
tried
there.
the slow ball bumper.
The leg side. It seems to be, well, he's bowled sort of 4 balls this over and 3 of them have been short, so maybe a bit of a tactic here.
Yeah, well, Kingy once again is a strong driver of the ball, so
He's
Shortish
definitely,
again.
yeah, definitely
yeah.
trying to take away
Keeping them away from the
the
drive.
drive.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And getting in the head of the young fella as well.
I mean, that's the interesting thing is you literally played each other last week, so this is, you know,
2
you're
weeks
all
ago, yeah.
fresh.
Yes, it's been, I think we won the first one-day game against Uni, and they've beaten us in 2 T20s since then, so really well matched couple of teams.
Adam Zampa took a few wickets that day.
Yeah, we've actually had Zamps a fair bit this year, which,
Yeah.
I reckon he would have only played 2 times in the last 3 years, and then we've had him probably 4 times this year already. And that's, I think, a bit of a directive from the SACA that the Redbacks boys play more.
Yep.
Grade cricket, I
Oh,
believe.
without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah. So you've noticed it too with your guys?
Yeah, we've been quite lucky. We've had Jake Weatherald a couple of times. I know
yes, we played
sometimes
against him the first time. Yeah.
they don't let the bowlers play all that often. They try and limit.
I don't think they're even bothered with that this year too much.
But we might get Weathers next Saturday now that the strikers are out as well.
As long as you're not playing against us, that's fine.
I think we're due for Prospect next week, so.
Poor Prospect.
9.
Facing up to Jake Weatherall, that's great.
Well, they'll probably get Winter and Manny as well, I would have thought. So they'll get our A grade at absolute full strength.
Poor buggers.
9 overs to go, 4 wickets down for 179. Cobain is starting to flirt with that half century.
We're missing Jake Lehman today, of course, who's away with playing with Cricket Australia 11 against is England A, is it? England, the Lions,
Yeah.
which basically says second 11 sort of team, I think. Has that started yet?
Let's,
That game? Oh,
let's
he's
have
got
a-
away with a big fully there.
Yeah, is it?
Did drop on him, I reckon, though. I'm interested to see what Kingy does with this sort of bowling. He'd fancy it, but
Well,
you've got to
yeah,
be careful.
I mean, no,
because
well,
he's obviously quite cunning.
yeah, well, this is BT again, and now he's
Here we
going to
are.
have to change his line.
You
of
called it, Dave. There's
length.
the
There
rain.
it is. There is the rain.
Very little. It's just
Yeah,
one dark cloud and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing on the radar, so if it's here, it won't be here for long.
Feel for the boys on the cherry picker up there.
Shot.
Oh,
That's
it's
behind
cracking
square.
shot.
banked
It's gonna
away.
go for 4.
And this is what I said about King. He's
He'll be much more
strong driver.
be much more comfortable against the pace of Chris Beattie than Joe Menny bowling halfway down the track at the other end. I
Kingy
would've
doesn't
thought.
mind the pace, but his driving's his strong.
Yeah.
Strength.
And he was given a bit of width there from Beattie,
Yeah.
and then he
He's-
delivered.
He got magic timing.
Just getting back onto the cricket,
Yes,
Cricket Australia 11. So yeah, that game has started at Metricon.
one-dayer?
Yeah, Metricon Stadium on the Gold Coast. So
Oh.
Cricket Australia batting first, 5 for 244 off 45 overs so far.
Lemo get any?
Jake Lehman 32 off 54 deliveries. So
Slow. Come on,
Max Bryant from Queensland 102 off 60
I
balls.
was going to say he wouldn't have mucked around.
Um,
He's brutal, isn't he?
Yes, so
Cricket on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Quite happy with that.
Metricon, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
they
happy
play a
with
bit of
that.
Big Bash there.
yeah, they have. The Melbourne Stars played a couple of games up there,
It's
which
bizarre, wasn't it?
yeah, I guess just availability of the MCG, I guess,
Yeah.
around that Christmas period.
Oh, geez, I could have some conversations with you about the MCG. I think it's overrated.
Oh, as a cricket watching
As a-
ground,
yeah.
watching ground, not that great.
It's a football stadium.
Footy's
isn't it?
fantastic there,
It's a-
fantastic.
a re-
But I know I agree with you. Cricket watching ground, not that crash
No.
up.
And that one is
Kingy's
theirs.
gone straight down the
Yes.
ground and gone for 6, I think.
It's what you called
Right,
for.
on a
So he's
C.
barely
No, it's a
4,
4.
barely hit that, and that's nearly gone all the way.
I'm surprised the East Torrens batsmen haven't targeted that before now. And you
Disappointing,
called for
mate.
it. You
Disappointing,
called
yeah.
for it sort of 10 overs ago when you came on and said, "Let's hit straight." And that's probably the first one we've really seen.
I'll have a go at Luke Ravens when I see him, mate, because I did mention to him last week I'd like to see him hit straighter. I'm sure he's listening to a really ordinary cricketer like myself too.
He's giving him
Oh,
another
that's-
one. That's
I think he's
gone
been given
high
a
in
licence,
the air.
I reckon.
Oh,
put it
no.
down.
Dropped it.
It was one of those ones where it was almost the guy
Yeah,
in the
probably.
inner circle was more his catch, but you always sort of tend to let the guy coming in go for it, don't you?
They were doing a lot of work before
Well, I
their
think
game out
They're
there on that
they're a
boundary.
nightmare, those catches.
And that's what I'm saying. They did a
We just
lot
got
of
watch
work
of the
coming
replay
in.
here. So I think look, Ben Ellis was almost there.
Yeah.
And then it was I don't know whether Joe Menny's called him. He might have called himself into it, or
Well, Kerber's was
Oh, he's
celebrating.
gone early.
unfortunately got that. But I mean, if you look, yeah, if Ben Ellis was almost there.
Yeah, he's got good hands too.
already,
really
yeah.
good hands. But
Um,
that happens a lot.
Unfortunately for Uni, it went down.
Just looks like Ryan King may have been given a bit of a licence here, I reckon, to follow on from Luke Robins and just try and get a quick 20 off, 12 or something like that.
Yeah, why not?
He's going to go short to him again. Yep.
Yeah, so we look to pull it.
I think
Bottom edge.
what King might want to try and do is just sweat on that length and just assume that
He's
it's
got to
going
pitch
to
one up
be.
eventually.
Well, assume that it's going to be short of a length, and then if his strength is to drive, then he can.
Yeah.
He's sort of sweating on the shorter one, and then drive if it's
Or
up. So
get a single and get Cobain on strike. That doesn't.
yeah,
hurt.
that's.
But if he's been sent him to go, well,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Short again.
It's if you just have a look at the field here, it's actually a giveaway what Joe's going to bowl, because mid off, mid on,
I
I reckon.
thought he'd done well.
up. He's actually been hit there.
Yeah, he's got hit in the arm there. I
I
reckon.
thought he'd
Have a
done
look at the
okay
read.
not to show it.
Have a look at the replay here, and it's got him. Oh, got him on that.
Right on the watch.
Got him on that bottom arm, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought he'd done well not to show. Didn't hurt. And he
Oh,
did well for so long.
You try as a batter, and sometimes you do.
Yeah,
You know,
you can't, no.
don't rub it. Don't rub it. Oh, I've got to
I've
rub
got
it.
to.
It's not getting any better either.
No forearm guard.
We'll be on the other
Oh,
arm
it would be
anyway.
on the other arm.
Oh,
That's
hit
right
him.
on the elbow.
He's got it. He's gone through it too early.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't think this one will be full.
Let's see, they give himself room
Oh, he's
or get right across.
I think he's got to give himself some room, and cover and mid
Guide
off
it.
are both up, and just try and whack one.
Or even just guide it. Third man's quite wide there.
Yeah, correct.
This is a really interesting battle between these two at the moment.
He's still hurting, isn't he?
He is. I'm sure he should still be out there actually.
I think he'll have a little lump on that
I mean,
elbow there. He does not
not that the
comfortable at
English,
all.
not that the English are known for gamesmanship, but I'd certainly be calling for a physio at this point, just to sort of settle myself down a little bit.
We don't have a physio, mate.
Well, just find somebody. Find somebody to come and rub my elbow.
As much as this is high level cricket, it's not
It's a
professional.
luxury, isn't it?
Yeah.
A physio.
Someone did say to me the other day, we probably should have people like that because it is very high level, and you've got
Yeah.
some professional cricketers out there and young up and coming played. That's the way.
I should get two here.
Will he want to though?
I was about to say, does he want that strike back?
And there you go.
Right, that's what. That's
We should have
good
been doing
running.
that all
Correct.
the time.
You can push. That's been the thing. The urgency between the wickets just hasn't really been there just yet.
No, he is quick. And it's good that he wanted to get up that end too.
Is he still rubbing that
A
over?
lot of young blokes would have gone, no, I'll just take the single thanks and sit up here. But he's got a bit about him.
Yeah, a lot of blokes would have been happy to go.
Yeah.
Oh, just the single.
I might have been one of them, Luke.
Now, is that a wide?
Does it come
Or
off
is
his
that-
bum?
Yeah, it has too. It's been a good over from
Great
Joe
over.
Mooney.
Is this
Just
his
showing
last?
his.
One more.
One more. Just showing his class, really. Just being able to put the ball where the captain wants it, short of a length.
I think it just goes to show that how much these guys know about each other.
Yeah, exactly.
So even though he's 18, they know what his strengths are.
So one probably to you, Luke. 4 overs left between Winters and Many. Who bowls the other 5? I think that's come back a bit.
Yeah, I think Chris Beattie will bowl whatever overs he might have left, which I think I can't quite see the screen there, Dave. How many overs for Chris Beattie?
2 or
I'll
3
just
left, I reckon.
I'll refresh
So,
that for you because
I think Chris Beattie
Yeah, he's
will
come back well, I reckon.
will bowl.
I don't think they'll go any more spin.
So Beattie's got 2 left, and
What is this Basisto now?
and Many and Winter 4. So that's 6. They do need an over out of someone.
I
So
might have updated.
yeah,
they tend to do it at the end of each over. So,
it probably seems the logical choice that
No,
Basisto
Basisto's going.
does bowl the over that's required, given he's got 7 overs for 25. So
well, that's probably the best way to see which way the wind's blowing. There's the windsock on top of the helipad at the Royal Adelaide
Yeah.
Hospital, and that is basically blowing from the bottom of your screen,
Good luck
bottom left to
Good
top
luck
right.
trying to bowl quick and push into that.
Yeah,
He's had a wonderful season, Basisto. Terrific. broke into the Shield team for the last Shield game before Christmas as well. So you would assume he keeps that spot, I guess.
Yeah, you would hope that he would keep it, given that hard to lose it if you haven't played any Shield games.
It's happened
wouldn't it?
before, mate.
Definitely has. Yep. Jason Gillespie made double 100 and never played another Test match.
Brad Hodge might be a similar story, mightn't he?
Yep. So yeah, you'd like to think that.
Daniel Drew, of course, made his debut the last Shield game before Christmas as well. So will he keep his spot? Interesting. Of course, they won their first game in 17 games.
Yeah, it's almost 2 years. It was unbelievable stat.
Yeah, wasn't a great record. So what's young Ryan King going to do here? Is he going to try go straight? Or is he going to mow it over?
I reckon he'll try and mow to the
So
short
do I.
boundary.
Bowl a quicker ball, you reckon? Yep. Shot.
Oh,
Yes. Sorry, just barracking there, everyone.
No, you're all right. We've
there's
had
been plenty of barracking.
there
Don't worry.
there was a yell of catch it this morning.
It's good to have some balance here.
It is.
It was heavy uni commentary earlier on.
I'll put it this way, Luke. I'm not going to be sitting here when my son's bowling because
You might have to take the mic off.
I'm not a calm watcher.
Do you live every ball with him, or bowl every ball with him?
I tend to do a lot of laps when he's bowling. Yeah.
Well, we did talk
We
about
were
the laps.
speaking about
We
the
were
laps.
speaking about the laps this morning.
That's a real.
Yeah, we might
Lots
talk
of
about
hands
that.
behind the back.
Yeah,
sort of
we might bring that up in the second
There's,
innings because we're just getting to the pointy end of this one. So
I noticed that Louis Evans' dad was doing laps earlier, and Henry Dial's dad was parked under a tree away from everyone. So everyone's dad.
he's been given room.
Big six
That'll
from
go
King.
massively.
Didn't need to hit it that far actually, but
No, just making sure.
yeah.
There's no fielders back there.
It's,
Unless someone winds the window down on the car, that's all sorts of safe.
the skipper having to fetch one
I-
from up near.
And he's
North
absolutely
Terrace.
destroyed the ball, I think.
Yeah, Mike.
He's just cleaning the ball.
Might have a bit of mud on it.
Bit of dog poo maybe
Yeah,
or something like that.
That's a great shot though. From a uni perspective, there, that's.
I think old Benny's.
We're going that side. Thanks very much.
I think old Benny's vaulted the fence before that ball landed.
Yeah, he's
Like that's.
sunburnt
There he
throat
goes.
there,
As
isn't he?
soon as he hit that, he knew where it was
Oh,
going.
I'm
Watch.
on my way. Yeah.
That's the old sunburn on the top of the mouth.
That's right.
Watching it go over your head. Just one tiny little criticism of Basisto is, and I've heard it from a couple of the
Gee, must be tiny. He's had an
is
unbelievable
that
year.
occasionally he will be trying to get a wicket in a situation like this,
Yes.
whereas there was plenty of flight on that ball, which
Just needs to keep doing what
Yeah,
he's been doing
probably
and
didn't need
stop
to-
him scoring runs.
But I guess if he went that shot and went straight up in the air,
would be saying a
you'd go well
different
bowled.
thing. Yeah,
That's right.
gave it plenty of flight. Great
Yeah,
wicket.
that's right. Ballsy bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. What have we got? One left.
Yeah, correct.
One left in this one.
Right.
He's way out too.
Two left.
We'll
So-
do that again.
He got him there with a bit of a shuffle across.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Double bluff. I'll go this
Yeah.
way. No, I won't. Oh, you've bowled a wide.
But still be looking to go straight.
It's tough for a bowler with
Bowling
those
is tough.
lines.
Bowling's very tough, particularly in white ball cricket.
Yep. I've had plenty of discussions, let's say, with umpires about, no, that wasn't a wide. What are you doing? You're kidding yourself. A bit animated at times.
I reckon they have to keep Joe on here, I reckon. With King on
Yeah,
strike.
what's he got? One.
Might
I think
as well.
He's got one over. King's come in and played a great little cameo, really. 19 off 16.
19 off 16,
Yeah,
yeah.
as I said, he's a sweet time with the ball.
It's just sort of, it's taking a little bit of pressure off Cobain as well, who can just hit those ones and twos down the other end. So 6 overs to go, 204 on the board, probably looking for another.
We need 10 and over from here,
Yep.
really.
I just want to touch on
Even if it's 8s.
I just want to touch on he is having a lovely, and you said he's a sweet striker of the ball. Again, I've had this conversation with people in the past that one of my favourite things about cricket is just how traditional it is. Like, in reality, not a lot has changed
No.
since the first, iterations of cricket. High and slapped.
He's
There's
gone to the
fielders
bumper
there.
again.
Comes down.
I think
Slapped away.
I think Joe's probably going to have to mix it up this over because King, he knows where they're going now. So
Correct, and that's
he's smart enough. He'll work that out. He's a very, very experienced first-class cricketer.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Cobain on strike to many for a couple of overs, I think.
Has he faced him?
No, I don't think so. So let's see what, I guess, length/line that Joe will bowl here.
Well,
Plenty of discussions with Wakeham.
Very, very experienced first-class cricketers against each other, and that's why Premier Cricket's superb, because you can come out, this is free, you come sit down and watch two high-quality players going at it.
There's a fairly decent crowd. Just not
a lot of mums and dads.
There's not much thoroughfare though. I think there's not many people walking the dogs past it. Unfortunately,
This doesn't get enough publicity, unfortunately.
No.
And I mean, you look at the game on at the Adelaide Oval today and how much publicity that's had.
I was going to stay away from that, but we'll.
The bowl, Joe.
It's nice and straight. But potentially, because they're not cricketers, potentially people could go to Adelaide Oval, pay the money, and see a side bowled out for 25.
I don't think they'll let that happen.
No,
but
they won't.
They're
actually,
it'll be a very contrived game.
They're actually having compulsory free hit on everyone's first ball.
Oh, well, there you
so
go.
you can't get out first ball in the
Oh, well, that's how very wonderful. How very 2020.
So if we look at the quality of these teams, so let's run through the two teams. Henry Doll, South Australian under-19 captain, up-and-coming player. Lewis Evans, South Australian under-19 opening batter. Shot.
That's got through this fielder, and that'll go for 4.
Going to go for 4, so he gives himself some room and gets it through that gap we talked about last over. That's actually funny. We just spoke about that, didn't we, Greg? He might have to change his length, and he did. Went full, and Kings cashed straight in there with a boundary.
Michael Krem, former Redbacks one-day player. Ian Cobain, still a professional cricketer for Gloucestershire. Luke Robins, professional cricketer for the Redbacks. Ryan King, South Australian under-19 player. Michael Cormack, former Redback. Tate Robins, emerging Redback. Joel Size, under-19 state player. Kobe Cornish, former New South Wales under-19 player. Tom Lace, first-class cricketer for Middlesex.
So thought that's just come to me.
I haven't got to uni yet. Their team's even better.
We'll go through the uni one and then come back. There's a thought that's just come to me.
So we've got Joe Manning, Test cricketer. Will Bazisto, first-class cricketer. Sam Kerber, bloody close to a first-class cricketer. Very good player. Chris Beattie, very good grade player.
Outback representative.
Yeah. Ben Ellis, NT representative, I would have thought.
Yep.
Campbell Vadger, second 11 cricketer, so emerging Redbacks. Nick Winters, first-class cricketer. Ben Wickham, another emerging Redback, high-quality player. Dan Kerber, former state under-19 keeper. Kyle Brazel, current state under-19 player. Cooper Luke will play state under-19s next year.
Outbacks as well.
So look at this. So you've got the quality of player here is unbelievable.
So why not do a day-night one-day final and have the curtain raiser be the Crows versus Port?
Well, David, if you can push that for us, that'd be superb.
Correct.
I mean, I literally just had the thought now. So.
Why wouldn't you?
Why not? And then if people want to hang around.
People could hang around and watch some high-quality grade
that's
cricket.
what I mean, yeah.
And they get some publicity for it. It's a wonderful idea, that.
I was thinking the same thing. We were watching the semi-final last week, and obviously we had this really good team, plus Jake Lehman, and Adelaide had, Ben Pingilly and Paddy Page and Cam Valenti, and you just go, wow, it's a really high-quality game of cricket. And you would have been the same playing against Kensington.
Yeah. 3-time Bradman medalist, Jake Brown.
Oh, Dave Grant.
Can play.
You had Hunt,
Opie,
Redbacks, Opie,
for the Redbacks.
They got some great young fellas too, Kenzie's, Rahali and these lads.
And they would normally have Alex Ross and Daniel Worrell as well.
Fair players, those guys.
Yeah.
Which Rahali?
Sam Rahali.
I think he's playing rugby as well. I think he's.
No, that's his brother Harrison. Yeah.
I think Sam's been there or thereabouts at the rugby though, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he has a dip every now and then. But cricket's his main thing.
Well, Harry is current premiership holder.
With
Burnside.
Yeah. He's a quick winger, isn't he?
He's a very classy number 10.
Yeah. I've seen him play once. Well, those boys spent some time growing up in England and South Africa, I believe. So.
Yeah, I think South Africa is a better breeding ground for rugby, and that's coming from an Englishman. We do steal a number of them.
50 for Cobain?
Oh, well, there we go.
So and you did, Greg, call for 10 off the over, and they actually got 10 off the last over.
Well, it's the first time they've ever done what I've asked for, that's for sure.
So it was 204 after that last over, and
Oh, he's gone. He obviously didn't look where the fielder was before he went that little ramp.
We've seen that a couple of times. It doesn't even seem to be a ramp.
It's like reverse sweeping
I
it,
don't know
and
what
they've
it
got
is.
and they've got a third man sitting there waiting for you.
a risky shot.
For one,
Correct.
considering when you've just mowed one for 6.
Yeah, do it again.
Have a crack at that if you get out doing that. Oh well. There's a real dirty mow there from Cobain, but a single.
But I just think that wouldn't try and lob it over Basisto's head, surely.
Well, particularly Cobain, who hits the ball straight beautifully.
You can only assume, and again, this is an assumption, you can only assume is that the bowlers aren't giving them the balls to
They
do that.
bowled really well today. High quality attack.
Well, that one's gone. It's high. There's a fielder under
I
it.
reckon he'll take that okay.
And that one's gone. Kicks the ground in disappointment ranking.
That was there to hit too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I reckon maybe a tad fully couldn't quite get under it.
Yeah.
27 off 21 though, he's come out and done his job, hasn't he?
Yep, absolutely.
Giving us a bit of a kick along. Here comes Tom Lace. So Tom played for Derbyshire last year on loan from Middlesex, made 300s in first class cricket.
So just going back to what I was talking about before, I love how traditional cricket is, but it's also embraced modern technology. I think they were the first really to bring in TV umpires out of all of the major sports and really use it and use it well.
You
They've
reckon
obviously gone to
use
college.
it well, you reckon?
They use it better than most, I would say. They go to the coloured uniforms, the white ball, day-night, night tests. They're really happy to evolve with that. Everything seems to have evolved except the ball. The ball has stayed pretty much the same and the bats have got big. Would you like to see restrictions on bat production, much like golf? Where
Well, it's happened.
you can only have certain size sweet spots. You can only
they've already put a limit on the thickness, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
2 years ago. But yeah, certainly it's with T20, the powers that be want people going there to watch the batters hit sixes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
hard.
Unfortunately, 70 all outs not what they want, is it?
No.
They want a hunt. They
But
want
sometimes that
200
can be
plays.
entertaining.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't know what the answer is. But while the administrators want lots of sixes, I'm not sure they're going to change too much.
That's
placement.
four.
That's
a
really
great
well
shot.
done. It'd be interesting to see.
Timed the pants off there.
Yeah, but again, it would be interesting to see because we've got that square leg field there.
So the Joe picked her up.
Yeah,
I
how
think I
quickly
think he
did he
did
get
that
it?
one. It was just great
That
timing.
beat him, yeah.
Just beat. Is it?
I'll tell you what I'm
Roger
not
there.
happy about Cobain though, that shirt out. Real
Oh,
village
okay,
stuff.
all right.
I know he's been told by the president. I think he might have turned around and said, well, I keep making runs, I'll leave my shirt out, I think. I hope he didn't do it. I know he played one red ball game for us. I certainly hope he didn't do it in that. I'd be very disappointed, Luke.
Doesn't look great, does it?
No,
it's
it's
one
not
of those, always tuck your shirt in.
Bloody-
Look like a cricketer.
Bloody Poms.
If he goes on and makes
Makes 80 not
So-
out. We'll be
Yeah,
there.
you,
Yeah.
75,
you won't mind
80
that.
not out.
You won't mind that, will you?
No. I
probably
won't
happy
mind it
with
at
his
all.
shirt hanging out.
Yeah, he can field whatever hanging out like he likes.
So we've just passed 220, which is what you said would be a target you would like to chase.
Yeah, that was early
That was
on.
early
Yeah.
on. That was where you were. That's a number that
You're a
I'd
bit
be
greedy
comfortable
there,
with.
yeah. I reckon you'd be
Comfortable
I reckon you'd
chasing.
be comfortable chasing 250. Here,
Yeah, it looks a belter. Yeah.
it's always a belter here. Well, we chased 200 here in a T20 grand final with an over to spare last season.
That's good going.
Yeah, on the same pitch.
Yep.
So I reckon you should be pretty comfortable chasing 250 in a 50 over game.
Well, if you are around the place and you're not doing anything this afternoon, come down to Karen Rolton Oval. Free entry. There's a little barbecue on.
Barbecue on, there's
Yeah,
a
the
coffee
People's
van.
Choice bringing in, and we were
You
talking
may
about
have
it
to
just
bring your own
before.
beers though.
Yes,
So please
it is
bring
dry.
extra.
Drink responsibly.
Drink responsibly, as per gambling, please. Don't drink and drive. Very important
Get
message.
the tram.
Take the
The
tram.
tram's
yeah.
not far away.
Bus.
is it?
or
Short
that's
again,
a great
cover
driven
drive
away.
for one.
First time we've seen an actual cricket shot for a while.
Rather than a mow across the line.
Yeah.
So Winter's going to bowl the 2 overs from this end. Interesting to see what they do from the other end.
Manny's got 1, I reckon, or is he bowled out?
No, Manny has bowled out.
Right.
So we've got, Manny's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 40. Winter's got these 2 overs. Basisto's actually only got 1 over.
So Beatty's going to bowl 1.
Beatty might bowl 1 as well.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's changed his length entirely now.
So that's Tom Lace on strikes. That's the first ball he's faced. So reasonably traditional sort of player.
So will Cobain take over the striking role, if that's the case?
Not sure. Luke. They might just both go, you never know. Yeah.
Well,
that's a lovely shot.
Great shot. Because we talked about it. Did he look? I mean, that didn't look too far away from BT.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Takes a lot of courage to, especially at Nick Winter's pace, to get down into that position and sort of lap.
Got a good eye, Lace. Very good eye.
And what it does is it just makes the skipper, they are going to change the field, so they are pushing fine leg back, ball chasing.
Will he go straight now? Mid on or mid off? Is he?
They're going to have to bring someone
third
up
ball,
here.
Third ball of his knock. Is he game to hit over?
And he's come back.
So they're they brought up third man. So you imagine Nick Winter's going to be
straight,
bowling reasonably full and straight here.
Well, a 6
to the short boundary though.
Yeah, correct.
Oof.
So if he does miss it, it could disappear onto the hill.
Probably with a new batter, you're feeling pretty safe.
Score getting close to 230.
Is there a reason, Luke, do you know why we don't have the bar upstairs here at Karen Rolton open? Because you think you'd be a lovely spot to watch the afternoon and have a quiet...
Correct. I can
drinking
only
responsibly,
imagine,
of course.
Correct. I can only imagine that they just haven't booked any staff to run the bar, I think. Which seems a
self-service. They didn't have a liquor licence here. Surely they've sorted that out by now.
I
know that I played Masters games here back in October, and they were serving.
Play Masters games at your age?
Yeah, over 30 now, and they allowed it.
Master at 30.
Yeah, I know. I'm still a pup. I'm still learning.
I'm surprised. I thought it was over 35.
You only reach your peak at 30.
Maybe they needed some more players or more teams, so they allowed it to be over 30.
I think they might have just uncovered a controversy there.
But they had bar open?
Yeah, they had the bar open for that, and they had SACA staff serving.
Oh,
so
that'd be fantastic, SACA. If you can get someone there this Arvo, we'd really appreciate it. Both teams would really appreciate that.
Yeah, there's some thirsty people around, definitely.
Well, we've talked a lot, so...
Yeah, we've correct.
Haven't given Dave a chance to get a word in. Apologies, Dave.
No, you're right. Hey, I'm happy with the rest, I'll be perfectly honest with you.
So, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Got a whole other innings to go.
I'll be walking laps then. At least the opening spell.
It's one of my favourite things about Adelaide as an area, and I think one person...
Hello, boys.
One person came up before and said, am I allowed on the other side of the picket fence? And I went, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. And we've seen loads of people walking. It's my favourite thing about Adelaide is that this is obviously the best of one-day cricket in South Australia, and people are like, it doesn't matter. It's the beautiful thing about South Australia.
He's gone the reverse.
Again, he's placed it absolutely perfectly. But it is the epitome of that saying, everyone puts their pants on one leg at a time. Like, there is no airs and graces. We've hosted a couple of top flight rugby teams for the National Rugby Championship down in Adelaide. And people get very concerned about nobody's allowed on the pitch and stuff like that. That one just will find its way through.
Is that a wide?
The umpire's definitely called it a wide here.
He has called it a wide.
Basisto's complaining.
Smith's like stumped by inches.
Well, it's because he turned around and faced the other way. That's why he's complaining, and I don't blame him.
I think Basisto might be saying, well, hang on, and now Ben Wakeham's come in, the captain, to sort of say, well, if he's going to sort of switch it, then doesn't he turn into
bit late now, boys. He's curled him.
Well, yeah.
It's not gonna
I've never
change his
seen an
mind.
umpire change
No.
it. Oh,
No.
well, maybe I have now. The other week in the Big Bash, I might have seen an
Oh, what
umpire
was that?
change
The
their mind.
itchy nose? Is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about? It was.
Might have been a,
I didn't mind that though, because at least he got it right.
yeah. They're halfway up and I'll just better scratch
Yeah,
my
no, I
nose.
don't think so. Just tricking you.
Um,
Well, it's all those umpires that when you appeal and they bring their right hand out with their counter in
Yeah,
it,
the clicker.
click it over,
a
and you
classic
think you're
move,
about to get a
isn't it?
wicket. And
classic move, and then they go over.
you think that's
Oh.
do you think that's an alpha move?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's I'm in charge here, lads. I'll do the counting and you
Yeah.
just play the cricket.
That ball really stopped, didn't it?
Almost
It
hit
was
him in
odd.
the helmet.
It was weird. He's a little fella, but
Correct.
still.
That wind is strong. No way
Yeah,
it's
might be
enough to
just sort
hold
of sitting in
that
the
up.
might
pitch.
just be sitting
Same
in,
with that one.
sitting in the wicket a bit, I think. Which
Bit two pace. I
Yeah,
don't think it's two pace at all. I just love to slip that in and a bit of
Yeah.
commentary. I didn't get a
just
chance.
on your list of words to say.
Yeah, I didn't get a
two-pace.
chance to talk about Luke Roven's long levers before, so I'm disappointed about that. If you can use that this afternoon with a
Yeah.
batter, that'd be good,
Yep,
please.
definitely.
Well bowled.
Yeah,
Really
really
well.
well bowled.
That was
And
about
what he's done-
110 kilometres an hour.
What he's
that
done
was.
this over, he hasn't put any flight on the ball
No.
this over, has he? After disappearing over up onto the hill previously.
It's been a while since I've given a player a nickname, and I did enjoy it. And early on when we were doing this, I'd give them, but I'm going to float the Python for Persisto
Why the Python?
Why?
because
Yeah.
he's so restrictive, so constrictive.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's a little bit too
I'll-
intelligent for cricket, I think.
I'll tell him that later on, yeah.
He'll
We
like
just-
that. He'll like that. He'll rate
just
that highly.
Call him Boz, I think. It's real, about as highbrow as it gets.
Which surely you can do better than that at uni. Well-educated
You'd think-
young men.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
You would. Here we go.
That one he's got
Couldn't
his
get under
arm
it though,
free a little
still.
bit, yeah. And again, they've just gone the one.
Is that over?
Yeah,
Reckon
it looks like we're going to go 2 to go. 5 down for
So who's bowling the last?
236.
BT, you reckon?
Yeah, Beatty will bowl that last over from that other end.
And they're back to discussing that wide.
Well, as we said, there's no
point, guys.
point. It's not going to change now. So
It's not.
But you
and-
know what cricketers are like. We need to get it off our chest.
yeah,
And it's not. And normally I would say, well, hang on a second, because you've got to get it out of your head, because you've got to go and bowl another over. But that's Persisto done, isn't it? That's the Python is done.
yeah.
So as long as it doesn't.
Usually, if a
affect his
cricketer's
fielding.
called a Python, it's for sort of different
Oh,
reasons.
well,
but
yeah,
anyway, we can't go into that's a
we are a
PG
family
show,
show.
so we'll leave that one. Obviously, there's some guys with some really strong arms out there.
24-inch Pythons.
Been in the gym, been working out. Yeah. That's what I was getting to, Luke.
Okay, I'm not commenting. So Winter's last over.
Oh,
Oh, it's a
That's
great
an
little
unusual
shot.
shot.
It is
That's
an
a
unusual
Yorker
shot.
outside off stump, and he's managed to get that over gully or point.
Oh, it's gone sort of over backward point. And it's actually, I tell you who's been doing a lot of that sort of stuff in the Big Bash is
Yeah.
Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, he
So
does.
setting
do that well,
himself
doesn't he?
up for either a sort of a whip through the leg
Yeah.
side, or if it's wide, opening the bat face like we just saw there.
He's got
and
freakish hands. His
doesn't
whip and
he?
his
Yep,
wrist is
yep.
crazy.
oh.
He's done it again,
He's found that gap
targeting
again.
that area, isn't he?
and I'll get two there.
Will they come for three? They should. It's a
Should.
long. Well, I think that's poor running.
Yeah, it's not his strong suit, Ian. The running between the wickets.
Unless they're trying to keep
Him on
Cobain
strike.
on strike. Otherwise, they should have taken on that long boundary out there.
He's got a good arm, young keeper,
It
Luke,
did
but
look
it's still
like
got to
a-
be an
yeah.
unbelievable throw to
I
run
did
out
think
from
as
there.
you said it. Well, I think as you said it, I think it was a good no call because he
I think
turned
Lacey
and it
would
was
have been
on the
right.
way.
So they've just changed the field here. They've put in a short third man and moved the deep third man.
Well,
a
he's
lot
going to keep
squarer.
bowling there, isn't he?
So
'Cause he doesn't want to
now,
get it straight.
fine leg is free. Not anyone at fine
There's a
leg.
lot of height
big.
to that.
He's
tough
going to
into
be.
the
Is it going to
wind.
be? It is going to beat the fielder.
Hello,
Pitches
run
down.
two.
Repair your pitch mark, young man.
It's really well bowled again. Hello, Paul. Good, thanks. Sorry, just folks for saying good day to
You're a local celebrity now.
one of our East Torrens players. Obviously not playing in this game.
So fine leg vacant. So if he wants to go he's setting up. Look at the setup there. He's opened up his
the front leg.
Yeah, opened up the front leg a bit. So
I don't think Winter will give it to him though.
no, I think Winter will be pretty consistent with that sort of full, maybe 5th, 6th stump line to avoid getting hit down to fine leg.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
Full and
He's missed it, Wince. He's done a Richo.
Oh, that's one of the great cricket highlights. That missing the stumps.
Richo, are
from-
you listening? Oh no, that's right. He's playing this over.
Is he involved? What's he doing this afternoon?
He's playing in the
Of
Bushfire
course.
charity
Yep, yep,
game.
yep. Is he really?
Gee, he got away with that ball, didn't he? That was a stinky.
That's
six?
gone.
yeah, it's gone.
Oh, that is
yeah,
a
it's gone. That's massive over
great
that
shot.
side.
Oh goodness, that's amazing.
He's got some power.
It's a bit of a giveaway though. Winter's try. I mean, we're complimenting Winter on his bowling, but maybe a little bit of a variety.
I think that was pretty much what he wanted, except not quite as full as what he wanted. Tough though, isn't it?
I
You're,
mean,
you're only
yeah,
a
we're
foot
being
out. You're a
picky.
foot
yeah,
out.
Yeah, correct.
I can't even get on the pitch these days. So
So the 250 is up. With
Oh
an
dear,
over.
got away with a fully there.
With an over to spare.
Only the one. So we will go into the final over of East Torrens innings. There's your 250.
So yeah, Cobain's caught up, 74 off 74, and he's got the strike, I reckon, hasn't he? Yeah. Will it be Beatty? We think it will be.
Yeah, look, I think it will be. And it will be, yeah. So he'll probably, I dare say, he'll probably try that around the wicket approach.
Yeah.
Left arm around the wicket.
He was Lazarus-like, considering his first couple of overs.
Yeah, his first couple
Well, you
of
got to,
overs.
you have to, don't you? You've got no choice because you got to get the overs out of someone. So, and it can so easily happen that your first couple of overs go. That's why cricket's a great game for kids to play, because you've got to learn to come back from adversity,
correct.
and you fail more often than you succeed. So,
So 8
it's a
overs,
tough
1
hole.
for 52. It's Mr. Beatty.
that's a good comeback from where he was at.
What were Winter's figures, Dave? Have you got that?
43, I reckon, at the end. None for 43.
Did he
So
have
they-
6 overs for 9?
Yeah, so they've got him the last 4. But having said that, I don't think he bowled. They just had to go, so they did.
So Beatty is going to bowl with no one in front of the wicket on the leg side in the circle.
They've given them a lot of space.
I think they'd be quite happy to give
They're trying to get
a
it.
single.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're trying to
yeah.
get a single.
So he's going to try and bowl
I
fairly
still think
straight,
he
you would have thought.
They should. Oh no!
Oh,
He
there
switch
he
hit the
goes.
medium pacer over point for 6. I do not believe what I just saw.
Oh, we have to have a look at that on the replay. That
It's
was
outrageous. I was just
He
about to
said-
say I hope he goes straight, and he's done that.
as soon as he set up for it, I went, oh no, what's he doing
Yeah.
here?
Me too.
Look at
Set
this.
a plan.
That's ridiculous.
He's pulled
cricket.
that from, wow, that's amazing.
And now he's just hit him up in the air and got out. Went the same shot
Yeah.
off a slower ball. I was just upset to say I was hoping
Well-
he was going to target straight, but
Great innings.
I mean, we
Absolutely great
81
innings.
off 76.
Yeah, comes
Good
to
night.
an end there.
we talked a great game, didn't we? We said, oh, he's giving them a single. He wants to get him off strike. He's going to bowl into that area. I mean, they did all of that, and then he just smashed it to pieces.
it'd be fair to say, Dave, that we've got no idea what we're talking about here.
Well, yeah, great innings there from Cobain, 81 off 76. And,
He's caught up. Well, I reckon he was 30 off 50 there at one stage, so he's caught up well, as you can do, of course.
So who's come to the crease here?
I'm tipping either Michael Cormack
And
or
36.
Tate Robins.
I know, I think did they cross?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so.
Keeper's gone back. Interesting.
Oh,
Go
they've looked for
straight.
it again. And
Yeah, this is Michael Cormack that's come out about.
Interesting tactic.
it's
He's not
taken.
quick enough to do that too, I didn't think. But there you go.
It was the first ball.
First ball. That was ridiculous.
So, yeah, look, as we talk about this 2020 game, and that's what it's done, hasn't it? I mean,
But what you've got here is old blokes talking about traditional cricket shots, and then
Correct.
young guys out in the field.
going,
Playing
no,
cricket.
I'm not going to hit that straight. I'm going to hit it behind me.
Oh, and that's a straight drive in
Is he
the
gonna get
air.
there? I
It's
think he'll
up
get there.
here.
Oh, hello.
He must. Did he lose it in the something?
He didn't want to dive, he just wanted to corral it, I think.
Yeah, I think he was worried about
the
sort of
runs
getting it
rather
on the
than
half volley and
yeah.
missing it and it going for 4. It's probably not. It might have cost 2 runs though. I think
But
he should have
Hard
caught it.
decision.
But from a captaincy
From here,
point of view,
you're
just
looking at
going
that.
back.
He didn't really
Thought
ever
he had
come
it.
in off the rope, did he?
No,
He
I think he's lost that.
sort of circled around the rope, really.
Grey, that ball will be grey by now too, like the sky.
Yeah, just going back to what you were talking about I was talking about playing straight and cricket shots and stuff like that. As a captain, it must be almost impossible, as that one's full tossed and everyone held their breath up here. So that could have been dispatched. Basically found its way to Hindley Street, but now with the players with such an array of shots, are they just playing to spaces in the field rather than
that's exactly what
straight?
They're picking spots.
Yeah.
I reckon I can hit it there.
I reckon I can hit a boundary there, so that's what I'm going to try and do.
And they're making that almost pre-delivery.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, they are. Traditional cricket shot.
Oh,
Crazy.
I
Go.
went to, yeah.
Go.
oh.
Yeah, that's
Good pressure.
That's good pressure.
So that's
the innings.
that will be that. 6 wickets, 262. That's the target.
Solid total.
That's the target that Adelaide University have to
Wouldn't say it's now,
chase.
standing total, but it's a solid total, I reckon. It
Yeah.
should be a real
It'll
game on this afternoon.
Absolutely, it will be. Definitely. So they must have got. I think we sat here at the end of the 44th over with the score on 204.
I reckon they got 11 or 12 off an over off the last 6, I reckon.
It just shows you what you can do at the back end if you do have wickets in hand. So I think the total might be 264, and it just ticked over. So 264. It'll be a great chase. As I said, if you haven't got anything to do this afternoon, or even if you do, cancel those plans and come on down to Karen Roll. As we said,
certainly
if you've got your RSA, can you bring that along as well? And we'll open up we might open up the bar.
You see the scorecard there, and really everyone getting off. The only one really was Luke Robins, who didn't quite get anywhere. Everyone else seemed to get in there. I think the bowling's going to come up now. As we said, the only real blot on that copybook is Ben Ellis, and
that can happen. That's part of it in the white ball cricket. Very easy for that to happen.
2 wickets. Chris Beattie with 2 wickets as well, but standout has got to be those 2, Kerber and Bassisto certainly held that together.
Yeah.
And with a dangerous attack, but
Many and Winter were frugal as well. Although I think it was good work by Torrens to see those guys off early, not lose early wickets. So game on. Get down here this afternoon. It'll be a good run chase.
Yep.
And with that, we are going to take a very well-earned break, and we'll come back for the second innings, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to speak to you again. We'll speak to you soon. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. East Torrens be taking over the bowling. Adelaide University 265 runs from 50 overs. And Joaquim and Basisto will be in. I am joined in commentary again by someone wearing an Adelaide University shirt, and apologies, I haven't met you before, so you will have to introduce yourself.
No, Simon Blight.
Hello Simon, how are you?
I'm good, and that looks like a very good
Well,
start.
that's a way to get
Adelaide
off the
Uni.
mark, isn't it? Yeah, they're off and running. Four runs straight off the bat. I will just get myself ready. So Basisto and Joaquim starting us off. He's caught an edge. He wanted the edge and got one, but it's going to run away and be safe. So chasing a target of 265 or 265, you think doable? Obviously.
I think it's about par. I thought Uni bowled very well during the middle period. Just kept a lid on it and leaked a few runs late, as can happen in short form cricket.
Yeah, it was a really interesting cat and mouse battle between the fielders and the bowlers and the batters. I think we had some East Torrens people up here towards the end of it, as that one is left and goes past. But it was really interesting, and I think when East Torrens wanted to put the foot down, they couldn't. I think that was interesting from.
Yeah, it just happened to just keep losing a wicket right at the wrong time, just to really push up towards 280. I thought.
So probably what we would have expected. I think that first ball was probably a little bit of a misnomer and
a loosener, yeah.
Yeah, because now we're starting to see probably what we expected, which is a little bit of dot balls and. But he has found that gap again. I've talked about the outfield and how the outfield just seems a little bit slower than it looks.
Well, there'd still be a lot of water in it, I think, even for a ground such as this. It'd still be quite heavy underfoot. Certainly out to that long boundary, it will really make a difference.
It's a different feeling to the start of the Adelaide Uni innings to the one that we saw with East Torrens. East Torrens just seemed to struggle a little bit, but both Joaquim and Basisto are off the mark really quickly on this one.
Yeah, I think that might just be down to two first-class bowlers opening the bowling for Uni, just able to start where they needed to start, and maybe these two batsmen just keen to play a few more shots early.
Yeah, 8 runs off the first over, which would be probably a little bit more expensive from the men wearing red and navy. Wanted it to be.
They did find one edge, so I don't think they'll be too disappointed there.
Bowling from the hospital end, as we've dubbed it. I don't know. Do you know whether they have actual end names
I
here?
don't know. I haven't seen. It's just Basisto down the third man. No, I haven't seen whether. Well, the hospital end would be the logical end.
Yeah,
you would think,
we've got the hospital end and the Parklands end is the two that we went with. I don't know whether
I
they
don't
have
know what
an
else it would
official
be
one.
because there's not a real lot around.
I mean, it's probably just a bit to the left, but I think the jail end has a nicer ring to it than the hospital end.
The old jail end, yeah.
The old
I could
jail
see
end.
something like that.
Oh, and they've beaten the bat a couple of times in this first. Now, it's interesting because we're still overcast, but the temperature is raised a little bit, the humidity's raised a little bit, and I mean, there's all sorts of schools of thought about the swinging cricket ball, what affects it and what doesn't. But that's a couple that have beaten the bat from East Torrens.
Yeah, I think just a couple that have found the right length to draw a shot that didn't really want to be played.
Full length and dispatched
That's
around to that point area.
taking advantage of that short boundary. And I think that's going to be key, is if you get a ball to hit for 4, especially out to that side, it needs to go.
Well, speaking of taking advantage of that short boundary, I don't think East Torrens did take as much as they wanted. How many sixes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sixes throughout the innings. Boundary-wise, there just wasn't a huge amount from East Torrens.
Another play and miss from Waking. I think that was another one that he wanted to really capitalise on to beat the point fieldsman for 4 there.
Oh, that must have been a bump ball. I got overly excited there. I am just keeping an eye on the YouTube comments. Texan saying he enjoyed the dulcet tones of Greg Size. Unfortunately, I think he's out doing boundary laps. We'll probably get away from him as we go through this one. But we are live and interactive. If you want to give us a question or you just want to shout out, then you're more than welcome. Just pop it in the comments and we'll work through it.
Just pulled away there.
Yeah, there's the young Mr. Size. Maybe he knew we were talking about him. The young Mr. Size, who's Greg's son, I think. Been a good day for cricket. The one issue, and it's interesting because I was talking to one of our camera operators as we went. He was saying he's definitely losing the ball in the clouds, which is probably the biggest issue that you have in this white ball game as another play and miss goes through.
Yeah, I think certainly when you get the white and grey mix of clouds as opposed to just a blue sky, it can be quite hard to pick up, especially just a little bit of breeze too. If you're out there fielding, it can be a bit swirly.
That breeze has dropped drastically this afternoon. I think it's almost like 2 different conditions. Yeah, this morning it was very, very blustery. I think it was quite a strong wind, and just over that lunch break it seems to have dropped off completely, which the fielders won't mind.
No.
Robin's trying to find his length, and again that's just dispatched away. Don't know whether it'll get there. Not quite. Good run in between the wickets there.
It's certainly something they'll be very keen on maximising out to that big boundary, is 3s anytime there's any chance.
Well, that was something we talked about with Greg Size. East Torrens just didn't seem to be urgent enough running between the wickets. Again, it feels like a completely different start to the innings this morning. East Torrens just seemed to poke around and not get much. Then they piled on a little bit in the middle and then were brought back in to check.
do wonder how much that's down to the relative strengths of each batting order. I feel that East Torrens' strength is in that middle part of the order, even 3, 4, 5, whereas Uni's, I think, very much reliant on one of these two to go very deep.
He left that one on purpose as it nipped in. High score of 178 for Ben Wakeem this year. Career match is 279,817 runs. So he can certainly score some runs. Pasito career-wise, 12,384 runs, high score of 207. We are on the flight path for Adelaide Airport. A lot of the major airlines getting some free advertising throughout the day. Short one again, jumped up on him. Change in the over, no wickets for 17. Current run rate of 5.67, which I think is comfortably in the run rate they need. Size again from the jail end. I'm going with that. I'm going with the jail end.
Jail end, yep.
Yeah.
Wakeem can't beat fielder at point.
Another one that nips in, and the bowlers are starting to.
Gotten through him a bit there. It's found its way through the defence. It's in a little bit of discomfort here.
Well, I think there's a good, there's a fairly good reason why. Let's call him in the high groin area, shall we say? Just taking a breath. Probably more than one in rapid succession, I would imagine. Just nipped in on him. Certainly less boundary activity than Adelaide Uni had this morning. There was all sorts of people wandering around the boundary this morning. East Torrens taking their time. That's it. Yeah, just right in that. Yeah, just right in that area that Ben Wakeem wanted. I think that's his third or fourth boundary into that spot. Or just the two for us. It was more than that, but they've all seemed to come into that point position.
Yeah, I think that's just giving just a little bit too much room. Certainly on this side, I'm not sure that's something you can get away with too often. That's about a length.
chopped down the wicket again. Very straight player, Ben Joaquim. Not seeing any improvisation just yet. I'm sure he's got it in his arsenal, but
I think that'd be bold to pull out something reverse sweepish or anything like that this quickly. Certainly going along comfortably.
wonderful set in the Karen Rolton Oval. I think it's his second year of existence. Just pushed away, there's a fielder there. Second year of existence, I think.
Second or third, I think.
Used for Sheffield Shield games.
Yep, just at the end of the season when the football takes over Adelaide Oval.
And I think the AFLW has played some game. Oh, they're more Adelaide Airport, I think.
They've moved around a little bit, I think, this year. They have played games here in the past.
Wonderful facility. I've had a chance to wander around on the inside. It looks nice from the outside.
Just tied Bazisto down here his last couple of overs. He's just been a bit cramped or hasn't been able to beat the field on the offside. I just wonder whether he's going to start to push at something here. Ooh.
I mean, it was right up. Good length. Almost in the Yorker spot. It's really interesting. Obviously, these two teams played against each other 2 weeks ago in the 2020 Grand Final, so they know each other. They'll know how people play and set fields to that as well. So Robins looks like another good English all-rounder. Looked okay with the bat. I don't think he probably came into a position where he was given free rein and just couldn't quite get it going.
That's always a hard ask to come out and throw the bat as early as possible.
We were talking about the difference in fielding as well as cricket has evolved over the last couple of years. And I always remember watching that Australian side who dominated in the early years of Michael Clarke and the latter years of Ricky Ponting. Just how dynamic they were in overchanges and between balls, and just everything was done at 100 miles an hour. It wasn't that they had to then lift when they needed to do something. They were always constantly, full bore.
Once that energy, if you keep energy up, it just keeps the pressure on, or keeps the real. Don't think
it would have carried, but wasn't a million miles away, and they found the edge more than once. See whether we can get a replay. There we go.
Probably at the wrong angle. No, short.
Just short. I'd like to have seen him go forward a little bit, but again, it's easy from up here. That was just flicked away off the pads to square leg. And pushed for two. We're talking about that energy. They've been different with the running between the wickets through East Torrens. And I know we're early days in this second innings in this run chase, but noticeable already.
It's certainly a point of emphasis, I think, for Uni. Certainly this year it's been trying to be really dynamic running between the wickets and in the field as well. It's
be really hard to the ball. Or hard for the first and makes the second that much easier.
I think a nice one, Gary, called from somewhere, from somebody. Just wonder whether he's trying to get them to nip back in, but just not getting them.
I think it's maybe just seeing if he can tempt him into playing one to that boundary that isn't quite there.
There's no one deep on that offside there, so. And I think the problem is that if he does catch them, they're so close.
I think that's, if you put a fielder there and the ball goes 10 metres to his left or right, it's 4 anyway. So
Yeah. I think he might have just landed awkwardly. It's not completely free.
he might have landed on the ball.
I don't know whether it was the ball or something. He's not
The ball got
completely
through and got him,
comfortable.
yeah.
The captain's obviously got a plan and given him a bowling plan. And it's always it's a fine line, isn't it, between getting it right and the batsman managing to find the gaps. 6 overs gone, no wickets for 26, 239 required from 44 overs. Rather expensive, I think, from the 2 opening bowlers at least. Oh, he's played at that down leg. There's a little bit of an appeal. Bassisto is saying, what are you asking about? Looked quite nonplussed by the whole situation.
Must have just caught the thigh pad, I think.
So it was Rakeem. Bassisto at the non-striker's end. That one just clipped off the legs. Fielder down there will keep him to a single. Where you are sat in the shade, it's not too bad at the moment.
I still get the single.
Showing a current temperature of 22. I'm just wondering what it's going to be like that there fielding and batting at the moment. I know that once you wander into the sun, there's a bite to it.
Definite bite to it.
And the wind has dropped off, so it's a completely different feeling to the one it was this morning. It's almost literally a game of 2 halves at the moment. Oh, he nearly played that onto his own stumps. Certainly been a more action-packed start to the second innings. There's certainly some questions.
I think there's been a lot more at the batsman here, certainly from Robbins. He's just been cramping them up. He's been hitting relatively high on the bat, and
Just the couple of looser deliveries.
Nice looking drive, but straight at the fielder. I mean, what would be worse, a 38-degree day with no wind, or this kind of day?
I think it depends on what you're doing. I think if you'd had to field at a high intensity for 3 hours in 38 degrees, and then come out and bat and it's still 38, I think that would be a bit of a challenge.
Size, just trying to get his length right, and just again, said it more than once, clipped off his pads.
Fielding out there to keep it to 1.
There's been, both of these boundaries have been deceptive. We've seen people getting caught out, trying to go for the short boundary. And you would think if you get one away on the long boundary that you've got to be at least 2 runs. But there hasn't been many. There's been a lot of singles. That's a better length from size.
He's got that one right up in the block hole. Well, certainly the carpet-like outfield makes it not necessarily easy to track those down, but you can charge at it and know it's not going to do anything silly off the ground. Get the throw in quickly. So maybe later in the innings, then try and push that one for 2. But that was well fielded.
Oh, he's got an edge again. That one runs towards us, but
I think he might have almost
away,
played
sure.
that.
You think he's
Not
opened
possibly
up the
not
face?
that fine.
We'll see whether we can see. I think he looked. I think if you have a look at how quick his head snaps around afterwards, would make you. You know, I don't think he's played it.
I think he was intending to get a little bit wider.
Oh, yes. He was a bit panicky about how thin it was. Sure who that is. There's no name on the back of the shirt for the number 46. I'm not sure who that field is. Cobain? I think it might be because I know he's had a bat. So it could be Cobain.
See how long they persist with that slip. They've had a few go through that area.
Yeah. And those, there was one that fell just short, and 2 of them have gone wide to the right. So I don't know whether they bring a second one in or whether they just step him to the right. Or that one is,
that's a nice shot.
Yeah, just smashed through the covers. Just go and meet in the middle. There's no point running for that one.
It's a disappointing end to the over for Size there. It was a.
Hey, he kept it under control for a fair bit of it, and then spanked away. Last ball of the over. I think we're still going. I don't think we're seeing a bowling change just yet. Robins will continue from the Parklands end. That's the wind in his favour. Full delivery way outside the off stump.
taking a peppering at point there. He's certainly had to do a bit of work.
It's much more conventional batting style from Ben Joaquim. He's got his start. You want to build from here. You can hear the Adelaide University trumpeter start again. We haven't actually been able to see him. Where is he?
He's right behind the side screen from where we are. He's in the other pocket.
Ah, so underneath the Adelaide University tent.
Correct.
Right.
Hopefully there's a few more spectators over there that have maybe loosened up their tongues for this innings. It being a little bit later in the afternoon.
The sun is well and truly past the yard arm. Again forcing defence and another over down. No wickets for 36. Just a single run coming off that over.
Uni able to just find a way in the next over to relieve the pressure created by the over before. Just haven't been able to tie them down for 2 or 3 overs on the trot.
And you think that's what they need to do, and I think
That's another one
again,
halved
just,
away.
yeah, through the gap in the field. Don't know. They seem to be persisting with their opening partnership, the speed partnership, as it were. Interesting to see what happens, or when they start to move to spin. You can put as many fielders as you want out there. If you haven't got.
Don't push him back. Stays in the circle.
We are 1 over away from them being able to push another one out back of the circle. Size continues. This time he can't beat the fielder.
Just can't seem to find the gap through cover or mid off the Besisto. He's had a few goes at it. He's just picked out the fielder every time.
We have had some people say hello, which is just they're just saying hello, or go the Blacks. Comes from Harmishran Singh. Don't think it's the Harmishran Singh. We've already had MS Dhoni this morning.
Big fan of the Blacks.
Massive, huge in India, the Adelaide University Cricket Club. That's a nice looking shot. Can't beat the fielder, they're well fielded. And Chicken Lips, yep, says come on Torrens. So imaginative YouTube names. That's coming out there. Having said that, it probably wouldn't surprise me if there was a fair amount of people in India watching it. They absolutely adore their cricket.
Another one, Bazisto.
I know the little,
quite time.
yeah, the little tut and nod of your head, and you just, you know, from up here after we've seen the ball, they're the ones that, even this morning with Smoker and Greg Sides, you can see them sort of going and playing ghost shots because they've seen it and they know exactly where it goes. They don't have to face it. Yeah.
Well, it's easy from up here.
It is very, very easy from up here. So we see the crowds. I think that is literally, it's away from our line of sight, I think, is that Adelaide University Cricket Club. It's covered by the sight screen doing its job, but certainly a huge amount of
spectators.
Yeah. And it's been really interesting. Away to our right hand side, there appears that there's almost like a little village green area which the kids have been playing cricket on all morning.
Yeah, I think the cricket's banished to the top of the hill, like you'd see out the back of the grandstand at Adelaide Oval. Just away from everyone that you could possibly hit, even though it's a tennis ball.
So it looks like we are going to have our first bowling change. Just inside, saying spell Joel. I might see that actually on the next one. One's again clipped off the pads. Fielders are out there. We might have our second Robins bowling. Chicken Lips, yep, is Kobe Cornish's uncle.
Bazisto finds the single he's been searching for a little bit. Just able to get that one closer to his feet.
So you would think, looking at the start, Bazisto 13 off 28 deliveries, Wakeem 31 off 34 deliveries. You would think at this point Bazisto has realised, well, I'm playing a little bit of a supporting role at the moment. Let's get him on strike. That's a classy looking shot again, but just a single. It's a little bit of e-harmony at the moment, good looking singles, and that's about it.
Very similar position to what East Torrens were in, I think, weren't they? They were
Yeah, but they might have got there very different ways though, in very, very different ways.
Just tucked onto the leg side for one.
So we'll see whether they do a spell with Mr. Size, or whether he's going to keep going. We're one ball away from seeing that. Oh, that's beaten him.
Straight through him.
Yeah.
And looks like there will be a bowling change.
Yeah. Both gone 5 overs each, Robins and Size. I think we had a second Robins from this end would bowl his first one. Luke Crocker is saying Ben Wakeem is grouse, yes or no? Now, if I'd been asked that question 14 years ago, I wouldn't even have known what grouse meant. I've been here long enough now to understand. I will leave that. I will defer to your expertise on that.
Well, yes.
Someone said Mugford stiff to miss the decider. So a selection controversy at Adelaide University.
Well, I think if Mugford could have been in the state, he might have sniffed a game.
Right.
Around the mark.
It is difficult to select a bloke who's not in Adelaide. That's what you're saying. So we are starting to see Cranmer. He's going to start the spin attack from the jail end. And this is what we saw with East Torrens as well, is that the spin attack just takes the pace off the ball. Basisto's going to have to generate his own pace. A little bit of a taste of his own medicine, because this is what he did to East Torrens.
It just seems very hard to get away, whether that's a little bit of extra bounce or just the pace off it. $5. This is very handy for East Torrens at the moment.
Better way to start your bowling. Yep, there he goes. Starts with the maiden. For those of you who weren't around this morning, or if you are just joining us, our umpires today, Mary Waldron and Bruce Stribley. We are at the Karen Rolton Oval for the grand final of the SACA Premier Cricket West End One Day Cup. And it's all in the balance at the moment. Nothing really suggesting that either team is in the ascendancy right now. Very, very similar, the Robins brothers in delivery and
Well, even their plans certainly seem to suggest they've got something to target against both Adelaide Uni batsmen. Oh, that one
was full. Thought for a second he caught that. Incredible fielding either way.
I didn't even see it bounce. That was
yeah.
absolutely smoked.
Yep. I mean, it's a great stop. Is that a bump ball as well? Did that just come straight up off the turf?
I think it bounced about halfway down.
I didn't even
halfway
see it.
to him. That was out of the middle.
Simon Blight Given you're a 5-time Premiership player, was there any thought of bringing you in for finals experience?
I think they've got a pretty good side going at the moment.
That comes from Hugh Mugford.
I think they've got a pretty good side going at the moment.
That's about as diplomatic an answer as you can ask for. And then Sam Armfield is asking, any relation to the medium pacer Jock Blight?
Not as far as I know.
I mean, possibly. You'd
Possibly,
you'd have to go on
not as far as I
ancestry.com
know.
to find out, yeah. One to come from this over. Played and missed. Wanted to hear a noise, just didn't hear one. That's a better over. It's a nice. He's had a good start. I think he only went for 4 in his first over.
3 off that one.
Yeah, just 3 off that one.
Just put the brakes back on Adelaide Uni.
Yeah, which is what we saw. And I think it's interesting. This is what we saw with East Torrens when that first bowling change was made. They did slow down. I think the East Torrens managed to get a little bit more out of their opening bowlers. I feel like we've got our microphone in the wrong spot as well. I think we should try and point that at the Adelaide University tent as they progress throughout the afternoon.
Whipped away from Joaquin.
I have a feeling as well. Is Luke down there under the tent as well at the moment?
Probably.
Yeah, because I'm sure he'll be, as the afternoon goes on, as they've stolen a single. Excellent work behind the wicket. Keep that one for going for extras. You would imagine as the afternoon progresses that there'll be some questions coming from the YouTube, from that mob down there.
I think so.
They found a gap, but they do have a safety net back there now.
That was straight away. As soon as they could put the extra fielder out, they stuck someone on that boundary.
So what are we, like 4 outside the circle now after 10 overs?
Yep.
So
Hot single.
Yeah, they've just started to try and steal a couple of singles off Cranmer at the moment. If you are down on that little Adelaide University hill, if you are around the trumpet player, then give us a shout out. Oh, that's gone high in the air, and there it is. And look, they're all around it. Cranmer's happy about it. And I was literally about to read out Chicken Lips. Yes, said a wicket would be handy. It would be. There you go, Chicken Lips. You get your
great reading of the game.
I know, right?
The viewers at home.
I don't know whether I can refer to him as Chicken Lips forever, though, but one hand off the bat and everything then, so one he would want back, you would think.
Good ground for that catch.
Yeah, you just watch this bottom handle come off the bat for Ben Macon, just didn't get any of it top edge. Looking unhappy young man as he
won't be happy with that.
Just see him punch the bat like it was the bat's fault. Probably one he would want back.
Sam Kerber out to the middle.
So we have the very dangerous bowling attack that we saw all morning. Bassisto and Kerber caused all sorts of problems to the East Torrens and just really did shut them all down. I think we reached a point, I think if you can have a look, at least initially the first wicket the bowler was Bassisto and he was stumped by one of the Kerbers, and then the second wicket was a run out by Sam Kerber. Early on.
That was really it for most of the morning.
Yeah, early on the Kerbers just tried to take it on themselves. Robins again, coming across the left-hander now. If I can find an edge this way. Short makes him stand up. Over the shoulders at the first warning. Nothing happens, it's just
First one that up.
first one over the shoulder. Kerber turned around, looked imploringly at the square leg umpire almost straight away.
I think asking a bit much for that one to be a wide. Might have to be Dan Kerber for that.
Certainly varying his length, Robins. Good straight shot again for nothing. Just going to be trying to get it to leak across the front of the left-hander and get an edge. Maybe a slower ball, trying to lull him into that short boundary as well.
Yeah, maybe seeing if he can just tempt a little more expansive shot than just the punch into the covers that we've just seen. Oh,
He's
that's
flicked it off his legs. And then talking him up how well he's bowling. You can't bowl there. There's no fielders.
that's no good to anyone there.
No, there's no fielders there, young man. I'm really sorry because I don't want to have to do it to the Adelaide University trumpeter, but I'm probably going to have to talk over him. I did try and get the message down to him to play royalty-free songs for us. I don't know how good the YouTube algorithm is, or whether it will pick that up. But yeah, we may have
I
to
think
talk.
we're okay.
We may have to talk over the
30 second
Yeah,
free use. I think we'll be okay.
No, I think we have to review it. In order for it to be fair use, we have to review it. But yeah, so apologies. I know we'll probably want to listen to the trumpeter, but we're probably going to talk over the top of him every time. So that is over. Currently 1 for 57. 57 for 1 for those of you watching north of the equator. Took me a long time to get used to that. Having your wickets the other way around. Took me a while. First time I came over, I remember switching the telly on and seeing that somebody was
3 for 1 or something looks very different depending on
it can get
where
confusing.
you're playing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I walked in and it was something like 0 for 6, and I was like, what? How? What's going on here? So change is going to come around the wicket to Kerber. batting average of 29.7. Career matches 306. 6,898 runs. High score of 152. He skipped down. Is he going to beat the fielder?
Yes,
he does.
over.
That is very, very well judged.
He's just started 3/4 of the way to the boundary there. Might have just done him in terms of distance.
Literally just went over the top of the fielder's head. 353 wickets in his career. Bowling average of 23.5. His best bowling 5 for 19 in one days. And Adelaide University again on the boundary patrol. It's these Torrens don't really like it. They do love an old stroll around the boundary.
There's a few boys looking to get a little bit of colour. Just a little bit of a tan going, I think, around that. Make sure they wander around and stand in the sun for a good 10 minutes.
So bowling wise, if we have a look at Mr. Cranmer. Career wickets, 300 matches. Oh, I wonder whether, is this his 300th? Are they counting this one? Because that's probably what we should talk about. Is this
I don't know when they
300th?
update it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether last time he played was his 300th or whether this one is. We might try and find that out. If anyone.
And he's just bumped it straight back to the bowler.
So Roberts will take a wicket. As that Persisto is going to take the long walk, and it is a long walk today.
Just got enough of it, and sharp reflex catch.
Yeah, good catch from Robbins. The East Torrens fielders do like to get around each other after a wicket.
Certainly 2 big wickets to celebrate there. And I'd say that just turns the tide back to East Torrens.
Well, the run
Certainly
rate,
2 wickets makes it a lot more difficult.
There's a
getting
good
up to
catch,
6 in
that.
order.
Slower ball, do you think?
Just wonder whether it held up a little bit.
Well, that's something that Luke was talking about a lot in this morning's innings. That the pitch was holding up a lot.
It's sort of that extra bounce just makes it a bit harder to get over the top of.
To take Robins. I think it was Robins. I think Greg Sice was saying Robins. He'll take his first wicket for the day. But we do need that clarifying. Sorry, I did get that. I did get slightly distracted. I wonder whether this is Michael Cranmer's 300th game. I don't know whether there's anyone you can text who plays for East Torrens or not.
They'd probably be looking at my cricket the same as we would.
Well, I mean, it says 300. I don't know whether this is number 300 or 301. Luke Robbins, career matches 369. Robbins, sorry. 550 wickets, a bowling average of 22.97. Best bowling, 7 for 51. So they have a bit. I mean, we talked about this, and now it's. I imagine that the cricket community and the die-hard cricket community and those people who are here today you probably have the same opinion around the cricket match that's happening just down the road, and the day that it's been scheduled on your one-day grand final. Well, that'll be underway now. That hint and giggle that's going on at probably one of the nicest cricket stadiums in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got an edge. He's asked for it. Oh, I thought I heard something.
Must have been pad again.
Oh, it might have been pad, but he was certainly worried.
Valya.
Valya? I'm going to... Vadlia? I don't know.
Real mouthful, that one.
Oh, and that's popped up. There's a fielder down there, and another one. If we weren't sure before, that is tide turned. They're starting to get a roll on.
Just with a couple of perhaps loose shots. That one possibly a bit unlucky. And I think any time you get caught at fine leg off a full pitch delivery, it's unlucky.
That is the slowest walk-off
But
I've
that
seen
could be
for
the
a
difference.
while. He's taking his time.
So this is really going to ask questions of the uni middle order here. As Kyle Brazil strolls out to the middle, races out to the middle.
Yeah, I think that was... luckily we've got rid of him as quickly as it is. Campbell. Let's call him Campbell for now. Campbell still taking his time. Did he go for a duck?
Yes, he
is
did.
that possibly why he's taking... Was it golden, was it?
No,
I don't think it was.
the one down the leg side first up.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So he never really got to settle in, did he?
No. Kerber on strike. The
Do you know
batsman
what?
having crossed.
I mean, that's... You got to feel for him because he's middled that. Full one.
Oh,
Direct hit would have
couldn't
been
find his balance to
interesting.
throw. Couldn't find the ball
Yeah.
to throw there, judging by his juggling interpretation afterwards.
I think that they're up and about. The East Orange Reds are up and about. While they were doing the batsman change, just out the corner of my eye caught East Orange, and it was almost like they were playing a game, chucking the ball around to each other or doing something. So talked about being dynamic in the field. That even during the batsman changeover, they're still trying to keep going.
Well, I think if you can find a time to be up and about, it's just
Grand
having
final
taken
will
the
be
third
good.
wicket for
Oh,
third wicket in very quick succession. There's another leading edge there almost.
target 265. Starting to hear the field getting a little bit vocal as well around it. He's beat the bat again. That's another end to the over, 3 down for 61. $5,907 runs for Campbell. He didn't add any to that total, unfortunately, today, and still plenty of cricket to be played. Just don't want Cranmer to tie people up too much.
It's certainly what's happening at the moment. There's just real drop in scoring.
just in the field. It looks. Are they going? Looks like they're bringing the slip
comes
in.
in, yeah.
Just put a little bit of pressure on the new batsman, Brazil. Brazel.
Brazil.
Thought for a moment they were going to try and surround him. Just put a little bit of pressure on him.
I think the run rate's doing enough of that. I don't think that's...
Well, we did talk about it, and Luke was talking about it this morning, the pressure of the run chase. So that one will find a fielder. Apparently in the big bash, the last couple have had moderate targets to chase and haven't been able to get there.
Certainly it's something where you can be going along comfortably, you can be going along doing exactly what you need, and then you lose a wicket. Like we saw last night with Carey being run out was sort of the big turning point. Or today you lose, I'd say the batsman driving the scoring gets out, and then all of a sudden the pressure builds.
Is that another maiden?
I think that was one off, but another tidy over from
another, another frugal over. Robins will continue. The Parklands end. Another one that's almost played on.
Must be hard for the new batsman coming out here. It certainly seems to be that extra bounce, or maybe just something a little hard to pick up the speed off the deck. Seen most today struggle to get going.
Brave leave. So it was incredibly humid over the Friday and Saturday, and even though it was covered, it still would have sweated under there. So I don't know whether it looks like it should be quicker than it is. I
think it's just rock hard. I think it's just very much the Rod Laver Arena centre court out there, which is possibly just causing some issues with the timing early on.
Oh no, don't appeal for that. Going down leg.
Yeah, leg wise.
Required run rate has crept up to 6.4, almost 6.5.
I don't think it'd want to balloon out too much further. Seems the key will be how long these two bat for at something close to a runner ball.
And this is what we're talking about. I mean, you know, obviously you've got your university background, and I'm almost starting to feel it start to come from you now. Is that every single dot ball now just adds another,
just turns
just
the dial
turns
up a little
that
bit
screw
more.
a little bit more. I mean, we've got a lot of cricket to play. There's still 30 overs of cricket to play, but it's the nature of this game that each one of those scorers' dots is a tiny little nail in a coffin. And that will be over, so still 3 down for 63, target of 265. Frizzell and Kerber out there at the moment. And yet another Adelaide University affiliate goes on a boundary wander.
The university affiliate.
Ah,
President,
yeah.
and that's sliced away back for point by Kerber for just a single. That's
I mean, yeah. Again, we were talking in the previous one, and both Luke and Gary Sai seemed quite disappointed that they weren't running harder, but you can't, obviously, like if you're putting fielders out there, there's a reason that you're putting them out there. You're not going to challenge his arm from there.
no. But that's the ball's gotten out there very quickly. He's gotten to it quickly and is able to get it in. And if you work on, or the bloke on the fence should be in a position where the ball hits straight to him is one. So depth-wise, probably not going to get it past him for two.
Another good-looking straight shot for not a lot.
As the dots continue to build pressure.
They do. Picked up another single. Something we were talking about at the end of the cricketers now just seem to be able to pick holes in the field because they've got 360 shot ability now, 360 degree shot ability now. East Torrens seem to do that a little bit better in their innings. I mean, they're not playing bad shots, and as we've seen them get middled as well. And there's fielders there.
Yep, well, certainly different. Like the 45th over onwards with 6 wickets in hand like East Torrens had, you can try and be a bit more inventive. Whereas,
I mean, East Torrens were quite inventive even from the early days of their innings as well.
but that's that pressure of chasing. You
No,
don't want to do anything. If you
yeah.
do something, just try and walk all the way across and flick one down leg and you get hit in front of off stump. Well, how do you go back into the grandstand and say sorry?
Oh, they found a little bit of a gap. Can they get there? Does. Good stop.
Get 2. Fielding out there. They get around him.
It's interesting because it seems that that's the most difficult position to field from at this oval. You're not, apparently they can't pick the ball up out of the white picket fence, and there's a bit of glare comes off the stand over there. So
That's going to find itself more and more looking straight into the sun as well.
Yep. Just watching the shadow move across those as well. Good cricket all round. In my best Richie Bano voice. So Sam Old has come on and he said go East, and he says how's the brony tail on the umpire? I just remind you, Sam, that's Mary Waldron.
See if there's a mea culpa coming in a few minutes.
Well, that's pushed away, and again a good looking shot for not much. Robins again beats the bat. He's done it a couple of times
Just
already.
pushing the ball across him, drawing the false shot. Throwing in an extra catcher there. No, he's still at backward point. Just thought he was going to come into a gully almost there. And they want 2. Don't get it.
No, they didn't want to take on the fielder again. I mean, if your hands are that far away out,
He looks very disgusted with himself after that. Knows he shouldn't have gone so hard at that one.
Yeah, I'm going to test your memory. That was Gower-esque, though. See whether you remember how bad David Gower was fishing outside his off stump.
Well, it's a problem for a lot of batsmen that they know they have.
Take a signal and give the strike back to Kerber. Flighted one down, and we talked about those dot balls. These singles will just get Adelaide Uni back into a little bit of a rhythm.
That's it. It's from here all about minimising those dot balls. And
if he's meant that, that's not a terrible shot.
He's just played that very late.
Yeah, just opened up the face a little bit.
And just staying on that run rate.
Well, they're about to run a ball at the moment, aren't they, where they need to be?
Will probably say still in the rebuilding phase.
It'll come around again. Slapped away to point. Required run rate 6.74 at the moment.
Don't want to see it get too higher. As long as I think it stays under 7, I think it's. I think if it stays around where it is now, we're looking for an exciting last 6 overs.
I mean, you'd like it to be done by now, wouldn't you? You'd like it to be.
Well, maybe another 50 to get now. Just able to rotate the strike a little bit more these last couple of overs, even if the run rate's still increasing steadily.
So if we look at who's left to come, where are your big run scorers?
Well, Dan Kerber's obviously coming off 90 last week. That was a very handy performance. It's a nice shot.
That's raced away for 4.
Managed to beat the bloke at point there.
Yeah, that'll settle his nerves. Well, speaking of settling nerves, etc., you 5-time Premiership player yourself, when you get to days like this, I mean, I was a below average at best cricketer, and I was always terrified if I went out for the first ball. Do you times that by 10 when you get to a grand final?
Maybe walking out.
Yeah.
I'm sure walking out to bat, maybe that's part of why he was out to the middle so quickly. But obviously, having most of these guys, 10 of these players having played in the 2020 grand final a fortnight ago, it will be a little bit different. And then it's, like everyone says, once you're out in the middle, it's any other game. That one's a wide.
No question, really. That was way above the shoulder.
Had a little hop at it as he decided
Just
to
to
let
make
it go
sure.
by.
Well, he seems to like that area outside off stump at the moment. That's what he's waiting for, that short and outside off. Robins will continue.
Ooh.
Another play and miss. That was something we didn't see a lot of this morning, was the play and miss, but certainly Kerber trying to open his shoulders, and they want to attack the point.
Well, I think if you can beat the fielder at point, it's 4. Obviously, East Torrens are trying to almost draw that shot as he goes again.
Does it again? It is what they're trying to tempt them into. There is someone deep backward point as well. You can lose him because he looks like a spectator most of the time. And another over gone, and again another frugal over from Robins.
Just under what they needed, I think.
There is the Karen Rolton oval. Well, I don't want to do it injustice, but you can just see the banner there that says the Andrew Cranmer bar. That's named after one of the players' brothers who passed away recently. I don't know the full story and I don't want to do it injustice, so I'll leave it there. Again, they look at point.
Probably got away with that one.
Skipped down a little bit, didn't quite get all of it, but it's going to be enough.
Beats mid on and runs away. I don't think you'll be chasing too many down out here. If it gets past the circle.
Well, normally, yes, we would say that, but just seemed to hold up this morning. It didn't seem to have it.
Oh.
Run out chance. Direct hit would have got him in trouble.
Let's see how close that was.
I think he would have been in trouble. I mean, you're asking a lot. You're asking a lot of umpires now to give run-outs, I think, especially at this level.
Yeah, pretty much the obvious ones, and you'd almost expect anything close to just be, how can I give that out?
Yeah, but I think that Mary Waldron absolutely nailed the one this morning. Unfortunately, we lost you just afterwards, but I think it was bat in the air. I think she absolutely nailed it this morning. Direct hit from Sam Kerber, I think it was.
Yep.
Top of middle stump. You know what, they're going through the overs. The over rate must be up there. Well, finally, we see some East Torrens patrolling the boundary. Finally, they've got out there.
Running drinks around there?
Yeah. I think if we're going to review it, though, Adelaide University take the biscuits on that one, because you had a Nice wheelie esky. Esky being carried around on a trolley. Drink holders on the top, full of ice, no doubt. They've just got the orange crate.
So just been able to sit just under the required these last couple. Just helping alleviate the pressure a little.
So another bowling change. Cormac on the Parklands end. Oh, that took a skip. Well fielded. He's in the wars today, Cranmer. He's the one who fell on the ball on his knee.
He's worn that just off one of the other pitches, I think.
There is almost a trench that runs between the two. He just funnels that one down to fine leg. Oh, take that. It's like, I was going to say, well, that was Cranmer getting his own back.
Comes in again. Another defensive shot from Brazil. Jump in. No, good to keep him. You good to keep going? Did you want to give a shout out to the certain special someone?
Big appeal. Big appeal.
Not interested.
Not interested.
Hasn't been interested in one all day, I don't think.
No.
There's been a few, looked like a few good shouts this morning, but not out again.
Right, well, if you're happy, I'll leave you to it, bloody. Give us a shout if you need.
Finds the single. That's over.
So 3 down for 90. We are going to be joined. Oh, sorry, we just saw that replay again. I might ask him to have another look at that because that did look close.
Might be
I tell you.
missing off, close enough to missing off, I think that one.
Yeah, I mean that's all you can go with because height-wise looked okay. So we are joined in commentary. You've been plum. Any chance of getting Dr. Robbo on the mic from Luke Crocker? But
Just missed him, Crocs.
He did come over, but you've been sat with us. You've been listening in, and I think finally you've summed up the courage.
Yeah.
Got the courage to join in.
Yeah. Bailey Whiteman. Played for Adelaide Uni A grade as well, so unfortunately dropped for this game, but keen to support the boys and do my best to help out.
Another one where they thought about it. But you just saw it then. There's a trench that almost runs down the middle of the pitches. I don't know whether
It's almost
a
like the
repair.
squares divided in two.
Yeah, and that's what I think it snuck up on old Cranmer with. Again, they'll just try and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
It's good from Braz, that. Just rotating the strike. Relieving the pressure. Letting the partnership form. Good to see from the young players.
Another one that can't find the gap in the field. Another tidy over from Kremer.
The required run rate just jumps up to 7.21.
If you want to stay on, you're more than welcome.
Someone can jump on if they want.
If you want to stay on, like, yeah. But if no one else wants to, like really wants to, well, we're not desperate.
There's arguments going on behind me as to whether people want to stay on or whether they want to go. Kremer, we were talking about 8 overs, 1 wicket for 25 so far. And that's the first time we've seen the sweep, and that one will run away.
That's a great shot.
That's the ball he was looking for on that LBW shot.
Yeah.
That one just tailed in a little bit further. And able to beat the bloke up inside the circle at short fine.
I'd love to hear from the Tom Robertson.
You're going to have to send Robbo over to jump on here for like 30 seconds. Like Crocs is all over it. Crocs and Mugford want to hear from Robbo.
A little bit inside out, I think, on that one.
Where do we go to send in questions?
The YouTube page.
And as we discussed, as the day wears on, as the day wears on, and the university crowd get a little bit more rowdy.
More exotic shots coming out to play.
Yeah, well, I mean, the run rate was starting to 7.5 runs and over at the moment, so 7.5 and over. So I think we might see a little bit of improvisation,
Yeah.
Bit of flair.
flair. That's probably the best word for it.
Mixed with his typical class. Playing down the wicket. Still running singles and rotating the strike. That's all we can ask.
Just wonder whether there might be a bowler they want to target in mind.
I think if they're going to target anyone, it might be Cormac, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, we are into that now. Isn't it?
Another one they might look to target is Joel Size. Obviously, one into that wind.
Got a few
and
overs
short
left up his
boundary.
sleeve.
Yeah, he's got 5 overs to go. He was 5 overs, no wickets for 25. But I think if we see Cormac again, there's a really interesting run-up where he stops in the run-up almost. Which would be a bit strange. I think the first time you faced it, you would wonder what was going on. Oh, we got the moon out. Just gone 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the moon's out.
Gerber,
It's going to be a couple.
good running between the wickets there.
Good fielding as well. I'm noticing a slight English twang, Danny.
Yes,
Very
born in Warwickshire,
Very,
in England, so
very received English going on over here, ladies and gentlemen. Proper cricket commentary.
yes, came across in 2009. At the time, went to school in Adelaide. Joined the university team in 2016. Been at the club just over 3 years now. So, loved every minute of it. It's been great. It's good cricket still.
Chopped out. Another single.
Ben Hakeem in
Another
front
lap.
of us.
Ben whack him.
Another. But I think he's probably still talking about the shot that he got out too.
Coach's discussion of
Yeah.
what went wrong.
It's been going since he got back in the dressing room.
Tom Plant also down
The brain
there.
trust
with,
wanders by.
Ben Hilliard walking around.
Ben Hilliard apparently is in a very interesting relationship with Ben and Ben's wife.
Yes, the third wheel.
Yeah.
Very much.
She did wander past before and made that point.
Another great shot from Skirver there.
Yeah, but it's a great shot for a single.
What's that? Cut shot. And just managing to hang on to that run rate. It's just increasing, but very
Keeping
slowly.
with it.
Just wonder whether anything might happen this over.
I mean, at what point do we, and that's, sorry, I'm not even an Adelaide University person. At what point that one
Ooh,
is
just
chopped
gets
over
over the
that
top.
cordon?
The intent's there, isn't it?
Yeah. No.
And the running too.
Yeah. I was just about to say,
Hard-
at what
hard
point?
to-
At what point do they start pressing the loud pedal and really push? I mean, it's 28 overs, so we are getting to that point where it's still a number of wickets in hand and the ability to push on at 20 overs to go.
Got to take it as deep as possible. Just there's still time in the game.
That's it. You want to push this as close to the end as possible and back yourself to get.
There's no point exploding now and ending up 5 overs short.
Yeah. I'm sure when Ben finishes talking about how he got out, they'll discuss that. Oh!
Missed opportunity there.
But ladies and it's a good job we don't have a commentary box cam because the two are way to my right. If the
Thought
keeper
it bowled him at first.
if the keeper had taken it, you were done. It doesn't matter how, you would never get in the batting. He's just trying to tempt him down, isn't he, at the moment?
Keeping him tight, giving him no width. It's probably the way to go about it.
What's going on, boys?
Howdy.
Oh,
Again, can't beat the bowler to find the single down the
and
ground.
that will be over. And I think, have we got Hugh Mugford's wish has been granted? Have we got Tom Robertson for a bit?
Yeah.
We might bring Tom in for a little bit.
Welcome.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much. G'day, cricket fans, and
Yeah.
to my nerdy friend Hugh Mugford in WA.
Sailing very, very close to the double denim wind here.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't think fashion's ever been my forte.
Another one we'll send out to point, and just a single. So, thoughts so far? This number here keeps creeping up. This run rate.
Yeah, at 7.5, it's starting to get a little bit dire. These two have been working it around using sort of the boundary fielders, particularly that point gap, quite well, but
Shot.
it's going to need a bit more.
I think it seems to be it's the only non-Adelaide University person here. East Torrens seem to have nailed this field position so far. Wherever they're playing the shots, there seems to be someone wearing navy and red.
Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be that release shot that you'd be looking for in most overs to try and sneak a boundary and then get at least a single or a couple of runs here and there.
So question from Hugh Mugford.
Oh,
Hi
no.
Tom, big fan.
Thanks, you.
But a good start. So that one will go square and field it on the boundary. Avid reader of the Eastern Messenger and saw the piece about the 2,178 day gap between your first grade appearances. What happened after that? And should have you been picked today?
A lot of nothing would be the short answer. And definitely not.
So is there a story? Is there really a 2,000 day gap between your first appearance and your second?
That is true, yep.
How many years is that? My maths is shocking.
It's a good 6 years.
Okay, I feel that there's more to this.
No, just pretty average at cricket for 6 years.
And then you got better just for that. Oh, so have you gone back in, or is it just the 2 first grade appearances?
It was a couple more than that, but no, it was some work and study related commitments hindering those.
So an over 3 down for 111.
That study and work commitment be leading towards a doctorate at any point?
It's already done.
Already done. Good. So is it all done? Can we call you Dr. Tom at the moment? Or?
Yes.
We can. Oh, Dr. Tom. See,
Dr.
you should have a TV. show after.
I think we should be talking about some cricket.
Well, there's none happening. It's an over.
Yeah.
Target at 265. Kerber got out to a nice start at 30, and Brazil managing to get out to 25 off 42 balls. The issue has been they just can't seem to free their arms, which is also an issue for East Torrens. What are we, 30 overs? So we are in that 20 overs to go where you would expect them to try and open up a little bit now.
Kerber's certainly got the shots to open up and bring out a bit of destruction. I think having seen the ball in, he should be trying to move it on a bit, and I'm sure there's quite a number of Kerber fans out there. The whole football club was watching the live stream at some point earlier.
I've heard he's, I feel bad now because they made the point that was a little bit full, but again they'll find a fielder just for a single. So they've been given opportunities and just haven't seemed to take them.
No, a leg stump fully from a spinner's got to be put away at this point.
So just having a look at Kyle Brazil career-wise, in the 289 matches. So he manages to clip that one off his thigh pad. 289 matches, 5,771 runs at an average of 26. High score of 115, so is capable of troubling the scorer.
That'll be handy today.
Definitely capable.
Definitely. Luke Crocker asks, Dr. Tom, have you played against Cranmer before, and did he give you any advice?
Yep.
Yes and yes.
I can't say.
Kind of feel like you should have been prepared for this. I kind of
feel no, I did know I had a
there was going to be a couple coming.
Yeah. I'm surprised Luke's actually been able to comment. He has a lot of computer trouble sometimes, that boy.
Again, they're looking at the leg. And
he's had to shuffle.
Yeah.
It's nice though. I needed that a little bit more behind to sneak 2 or 4 that shot.
So, obviously, is this the local derby? Because obviously East Torrens would be sort of there. What would be your local derby rivals?
Uni sort of don't have any true direct rivals, given not having a junior set up, so it doesn't create that rivalry.
Right.
Some is the sort of an East or West Torrens or something like that. But definitely against sort of Sturt or Kensington, there's some decent rivals.
Stronger competition, team versus team lineup.
I suppose if you keep going and playing in T20 finals and one-day finals against each other, the sweep will find its way for the boundary. Saw one of them go for 6. So we are back, and the power gremlins continue to chew away at our wiring, I think. The wind certainly has dropped down since this morning, and unfortunately we have missed 2 wickets. One was caught at point, which I think was Skerber.
Sam Kerber, yep.
Sam Kerber, and then we've just had a caught and bowled.
From the Daniel Kerber.
From Daniel Kerber, so
little brother.
Don't like to be apart for too long. Kind of all falling on the shoulders of Brazil at the moment. So Luke will have to get himself in and get himself in quickly. Now,
Well, he should be good at coming in and finding those singles and doing what he needs to do to start.
this is now 2020 for you guys. You've just got to
Well, Cooper Luke can
open the
still
shoulders and
definitely
go.
bat. Definitely bat. So I think we just have to make this seem as though it's the last partnership, and these two are going to drag it home for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't have a huge amount of time to settle in right now, does he? I think
Time's starting to run out.
Yeah.
I think you were saying off air, Bailey, that there's not much left
Yeah.
from a batting point of view.
So after this, we've got Ben Ellis who can hit a far ball, and then it goes to Nick Winter or Joe Minnie in there after that, and then Chris Beattie to follow.
We did manage as well to just keep an eye on that East Torrens side after a wicket, and they seem to just play like a clapping game, as weird as it sounds. But just started talking about it just before we come back. How, from a fielding point of view, trying to keep that edge and stay on top of your game when a wicket goes. Are you a fan of what they're doing?
Well, we used to do the squeeze, so whoever was involved in the wicket would get in the middle and you'd almost link arms and squeeze.
Just a
And
real tight huddle
just a
around
real
them.
tight huddle just to keep the momentum going, and
Yeah.
a bit of buzz around the group, but after a couple of seasons that shortly left.
And unfortunately, Tom had to leave us. He's had to go home, but there was some questions in there. You could try and probably answer them on his
We
behalf.
could see how we go.
Is his dad proud of his cricket achievements?
I'm sure he is. I'm sure all fathers are proud of their son's cricket
We
achievements.
haven't played much cricket recently, to be honest.
Bailey just throwing him right under the bus. And what was the other one? I heard he's not as proud of it as his football career.
Don't know much about his football
Don't know much
career.
about his footballing?
No.
Does he play with Scurbs maybe in the...
And
I'm not sure. Well, if he's not
University.
playing much cricket, I'm not sure how much football he's able to
Be
play
playing.
in the off season.
Another dot.
Those dots keep mounting up. And I must apologise to Skerber and his footballing fraternity for referring to 5th grade as not a very good standard of football. Believe they are watching now. .139 from 95 balls.
Small targets from here, I think. Just have to break it up. Break it down.
Yeah, required run rate 8.7 and over, so hit those targets, I think. I'll get as close to it as possible. Asking for a wide. I mean, she seems to have been quite lenient with stuff going down leg today. Certainly I've seen it where if anything goes down leg, it's a wide.
Oof. That one almost finds its way through.
Yeah.
Determined to come down, hit over his head.
Very, very nearly got back to that and just shoveled it to the keeper as well. So
Got the short one he's been looking for, but
yeah,
lots of protection out on the leg side.
probably one of the most unconventional shots we've seen from any Adelaide University batsman today. And Luke will face this short boundary on his leg side again, so he'll be looking for something short that he can get his legs
Leading
around.
edge.
Yeah. I think it's the pace of the pitch. I think it's deceiving. Because I had a wonder.
It must be hard to come in and bat on this deck.
Yeah.
We've seen that all day.
I went out this morning, and when I had a look at it this morning, and again, not a cricket expert, my keys stayed a million miles away from it, but looking at it, I was like, oh, this is going to be quick. Like, it looked, like you said, it looked like you may as well have been playing on the bitumen that's just behind us, but it doesn't seem to have played like that.
It was very hard this morning. Spikes weren't going in. Didn't obviously talk about having green wickets and green pitches, and that's when the ball does a lot. But it very much looked like batsman's paradise this morning.
Oh, he's had a look at it. There's a fielder out there. It's beat him.
Fallen over the rope.
If it's gone for 6 or 4.
It's got to have gone for 6 because he's fallen over the rope. He's unsure.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's hard to
he
see.
caught it. I'm sure he caught it,
catch
and
then
did
just
he
drop
fall
it in
over?
the field of
or
play.
did he drop it? Oh no, he didn't even. It's landed
Did it hit the
flush on the
rope?
rope. I think it's landed flush on the rope.
I don't know whether we'll give it a 6. I don't know.
I don't know what the umpires gave it.
I don't know what the umpires gave it.
Too busy watching the replay.
Originally, what I thought had happened is because I think he missed it completely, and I almost felt like it just stopped dead in the field of play, which would be a very weird one.
I
think it landed right on the rope and took all the movement out of the ball.
So we are back to Cormac, and just watch his approach, which would be a weird one as a batsman. Takes a step and then stops and then goes again.
The skip and then goes. It's at least at the start of his run-up, so it's not going to throw you off on his timing through the crease.
You'd hope, mate. It threw me off the first couple of times he did. I thought he was pulling out of it a number of times. Again, he's looked to just shovel it down that leg side. He gets a wide from that umpire.
Different rules at different ends, I think.
That's one of the beauties of cricket, isn't it?
I think he was saying he caught up to it, but I wouldn't think so.
Cormac just forcing him onto his back foot and not allowing him to free his shoulders or arms again. This time they will find a fielder and dot ball.
Good recovery in the end by Cormac.
There's certainly been a lift in intensity from Brazil. I think he's wanted to chase after a few. Really try and cash in.
Come back to King.
Just see whether there's been any of the East Torrens bowlers who've been expensive, and I don't think any of them have really. Size 5 for 25. Cranmer 10 for 35. So he's bowled out. Slapped away, but there's a fielder down there. And then 19, 12, 22 and 17. So nobody overly expensive for the East Torrens Reds.
No, they all seem to be doing a very good job of just restricting things.
I mean, King 3 for 12 is probably the most expensive, but they might just have given him the hook. Again, this time she does signal a wide down that leg side.
2 wides.
Might have been 2 there if they pushed. And Luke had no intention of running for 2.
Coming back.
I mean, it would have been a push, but it certainly looked like there was 2 available.
Especially with no
Well,
one
when the bowler has to chase it out to the circle.
A good ball again.
I feel East Torrens have just had their fields bang on from the start. There's been no guessing period, there's been no ifs or. It's been bowling to plans and they've worked. Reaping the rewards of that now.
Yeah, I mean, unless we were talking early doors where they haven't really changed their field on this short side, where they've had sort of 3 on or around the circle, and before they had the options to push more people out, they just had nobody patrolling the boundary, and they've done the same thing. Oh, jeez, he tried to open his shoulders.
I think he's tried to hit that one down to where we're sitting.
I think East Torrens have targeted the short boundary in their batting innings a lot more as well. East Torrens had a bit more flair chasing that short boundary.
Yeah, they were very keen to reverse sweep. Ooh.
That's very full.
Gets through.
It's a no ball.
And they push for 2.
Get the
Running in
2
the end.
plus the no ball. Which
Over the shoulder.
will be a free hit.
The trumpeter mocking the fielder. Just having a look. If you look, no 6s in this innings at all for Adelaide University, compared to the 5 for East Torrens. Again, he's looked on that side and just looked to agriculturally get it over the top, and it's worked.
The free hit, that's a very handy boundary to end that over.
I don't know whether he got any bat on that. Must have got something.
Just enough.
So there's the song about Mr. Brazil. I don't know what the words are. I don't know whether they're suitable for broadcast, but...
There's an all-rounder, so he bats, he bowls.
Ah, there you go. Oh, we've got the song sheet here. We will find out. Where is he? He bowls, he bats, he's playing for the Blacks. Carl Brazil. Look at, oh, no, I'm going to take this off here because Bailey Whiteman's got one as well. Bailey Whiteman, who's joined us. Are you aware of this?
No, I haven't heard.
So
my
this
song.
is new.
These were written
This is new.
Thursday night at training, and in a closed room in the long room. So I haven't seen mine actually.
Oh, that one's
Nicely chipped down the ground by Luke.
nicely chipped is one way of saying it. Bailey Whiteman to the tune of No Limits by 2 Unlimited. Bailey Whiteman. We love Bailey Whiteman.
Can't go wrong with that. That's
No,
right,
that's
simple.
Some inventive
clean.
songwriting.
yeah, there is.
going
I'd
on
like to
there.
know what Daniel Kerber's is.
Daniel Kerber. Let's see where is Daniel Kerber to the to the tune of YMCA.
Oh, that one's
Yeah, that one skipped
jumped
away.
for the edge, was it?
Only just.
Well, that will be
Well
over.
fielded to keep that to 1.
Dan Kerber to the tune of YMCA. Kerber, you sent Kensington down. I said Kerber hit the ball out of town. I said Kerber, he keeps up to the quicks for the Uni Black axe. I suppose it loses a little bit with the dramatic reading.
Just being read.
Just being read, but I guarantee you I'm not going to be singing.
It's been a good addition though, the songs and the trumpet down at the Adelaide Uni Black tents. It's been good.
Yeah, so
This might be even a trial just in case we get into the 2-day competition. Might be a few more songs. coming
And
out.
there we go.
that's
That one
four.
has
Nicely
beaten the
played.
cordon.
Good shot by Luke there.
Just able to find the gap between point and third man there.
and races away to the short boundary.
So the target 265 still as we approach 38 overs gone. Oh, sorry, 37 overs gone. Well, a little bit of a Brett Lee stir.
Bit of a tussle.
Yeah. I have been trying to talk up this rivalry. I want a little bit of...
Well, Carl wouldn't mind that. Feeds off it.
So 113 from 73 balls.
Another one that's just bounced on him a little bit more than he thought there.
Very optimistic shout of catch it from somebody. He absolutely nailed it into that second pitch. Another over. Required run rate 9.42, so getting up to 10 runs, 10 runs and over.
Luke Robins comes back into bowling.
Certainly got the ball to do a little bit at the start of the innings. So Cooper Luke, who's out there on strike. Career matches 261, 5,492 runs at an average of 29. High score of 127. Gonna have to go some if he's going to get near to that today. And that's the problem. We're a little bit over, just a little bit under 9.5 runs and over, and currently they're plodding along at 4. Silence and head shaking.
I think it's all about, from here in, I think it's all about hoping you find a boundary early in the over and minimising dot balls. It's nicely chopped down, but
It's going to be
a
taking
single.
calculated risk.
Yep.
It's going to win it here, I think.
Yep.
Who out of these two will be given the go?
Brazil, you would
Brazil,
think
you'd
he's
hope.
already been in for
Do you think once he hits
12,
his
15 overs.
if he hits his half century, he'll
Let him get it there first.
yeah, and then
we'll discuss that.
unleash the whip.
He gave himself a bit of room there.
Good fielding.
Another nice one. Just depending on how Cooper Luke plays these last 12 overs, just wonder whether if they keep the left hand, right hand, that opens up the opportunity to target the short boundary.
Oh, that's gone high in the air. The fielder's trying to make his way underneath it.
And
Oh, he juggles it but gets it.
on the third or fourth go.
And
I believe that's a bit of commentator's curse, which I was trying to avoid.
I apologise, Bailey.
That's all right. Not me, you have to apologise.
Not too sure. Not too sure. It's going to matter a great deal now.
I think Ben Ellis comes in now.
Yeah, so Ben Ellis was the one you said would has potential to hit the ball a long way. .302 career matches, 6,726 runs at an average of 31.
The king, as he's referred to.
1, 2, 3. Call it 4.
3 and a bit.
4. I think there was a bit of wrist or elbow involved there, but held on to it.
Yeah, the king, he was the king of Alice Springs,
Yes,
Ben Ellis.
there's a statue of him, according to some stories.
Not his, I imagine, because I've been told that he's not a fan of being called the king.
Depends what moods he's in, I think.
Certainly he would be crowned by the people of Adelaide University if he can pull out an innings here.
field stays very much the same. Long off comes up, I think.
Wonderful length to start off from Robins. 1 for 18 so far today.
They've executed very well, East Torrens.
Bowled very tight. Good to watch.
One steered out to point, but as we've seen, if it beats the cord, and that sweeper over on that offside is managing to just keep them to singles. $11 total boundaries for Adelaide University.
Beats the bat first up.
Beats Benny there. Finishes the over.
Yeah, 6 for 154. The numbers unfortunately are going in the wrong direction. Just over 3.5 is your current run rate. And required is creeping up to, well, it's over 10 now, I think.
Would have been nice to have a few more wickets in hand. So if we did leave it late, we could chase. Similar to what East Torrens did. Batted well. Batted slow, to be fair, at the top, but then recovered well at the back end.
You were able to hit out in those last 10 overs.
But there is risk with that. Because if you don't kick on at the end, then you can go slow the majority of the day.
Doesn't take the single there.
He's dropped it.
Yeah, shout to
The
catch
crowd
it.
still celebrate.
Shout to catch it probably was less optimistic on that one, because yeah, he's just trying to see.
Probably should
Was
have
it a
been
catch?
taken. It was a catch.
It was definitely a catch. Certainly should have taken it. Thame Cranmer again. He's not had a great day in the field.
Brought his own ball today.
Cooper Luke running hard. Benny with no interest.
Certainly, it is interesting because when we started this off, the Adelaide University innings, they certainly looked like they wanted to get after it, and it just stalled.
Just the pressure of wickets though, and rebuilding, sort of lose that aggressive intent. Yeah, constantly that fluid loss of wickets is just what happens. Try and get set as a batsman rather than can't settle in.
That one's nice and straight. That might beat the fielder to the boundary row.
No.
Not quite.
Just 2, but a nice shot.
But again, it's interesting that, you know, we talk about, surely traditionalists would say that T20 is not a pure form of cricket, but that one will find a fielder straight away, so just be the signal. May not be a pure form of cricket, but for situations like this, it's certainly the experience of playing T20, where you really have
your game across.
Yeah, where you have absolutely no time to build an innings in T20. I mean, the other end of the scale is Test match cricket, where 20 overs could see batsmen just build themselves in Kept 3
I
runs.
think we saw that with the East Torrens innings, like pulling out reverse sweeps to try and target that short boundary, being able to flick it away off your pads in the end rather than trying to work a ball past point. Just all these shots that 2020 has created, and it creates a situation where you can find
you are able
9
to
and
chase,
over, 8 and over, 9 and over at this level.
It's raced away.
Square again and beats both of the fielders. So
Just didn't quite get that one straight enough. Just erred onto the pads.
A couple more of them. Be laughing.
Good single.
oh, he didn't see him. Could have been in a little bit of trouble, slipped over, and I think that's what you were talking about, the pitch being hard. Couldn't get the spikes in it, he
No
just lost his
traction.
foot. Yeah, nothing there.
Rubens again. This will probably be another Yorker. Just on a length.
Talking about the fact that East Torrens hadn't changed their field all day, there's been a fairly significant change now. I mean, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patrolling the boundary all the way around. A backward point.
Good shot there.
Yeah, he might get there. But no, didn't quite get there again.
Just 2.
Geographer 2, and I think that East Torrens are really in the driver's seat now and can say, well, if you're not going to hit boundaries, we'll give you 1s and 2s.
1s and 2s drive up the rate though. That's the
Yeah,
dilemma.
and they're still finding, they're managing to bowl that couple of balls and over right in the block hole that haven't been able to do anything with, which is just good execution.
Well, that one's not up in the block hole. But again, just a single. Doesn't seem to be a great amount of urgency between the wickets just yet. 6 down for 167. At this point, from a captain's point of view, if you put yourself in the shoes of the East Torrens captain, because there is a fairly big scoreboard which we can't see, but they're going to see, all the fielders out there will see exactly what's required and what they need to do. From a captain's point of view for East Torrens, is there a danger of your fielders becoming a little bit complacent?
Always a danger of
Potentially,
complacency.
yeah.
Yeah.
You think
But then you'd hope you're experienced enough, and
you could think, oh, we're home here,
but
and
you've
then
still got a job to do.
That
yeah, 1 over. Well, there's 4
race
off
away.
the first ball
And
there.
that's what you said. You need to get the boundaries at the beginning of the over, and that's a good start.
It would certainly be very easy in this situation to be thinking
We've got this.
we're home here.
Yes.
Certainly even at first class level, big bash level, 10 and over is hard to do. And we've seen out here this pitch isn't something where you can comfortably go at 9 and over, 10 and over like they need now. But 1 big over, maybe a drop
Two.
catch that
2
causes
big overs, I reckon.
2 big
it's
overs. Maybe
definitely
you have a
sway the game.
a drop catch or a missed chance that all of a sudden people go, oh, and the game can slip away. Well, maybe not slip away, but slip right back into an even contest.
Especially with that short boundary, it's not going to change.
It's on the way to that short boundary. One hop will find the fielder and they'll keep them to one again. And again, I'm only doing this as a commentator, but there's been a couple of occasions where the wicketkeeper's just lost it as it's come through.
Well, it's
Symbols as opposed
it's that
to
if it's hard to judge the pace batting, it can be just as hard for the keeper. That was good running though. Pick up 2 there. Just wonder what he's thinking, whether he wants to chase a boundary here.
I mean, he kind of has to. Oh,
I thought that bowled him then.
Yeah, I thought that bowled him as well.
it cannoned off something, didn't it?
Just chopped straight into the ground past the keeper.
Again, he beats him with flight and bounce.
No width on offer again.
And I think that's going to be the key, because although at least bowling from the jail end, the short boundary and the offside.
It's going to be about not giving any opportunity to free your arms.
Yeah. I mean, it's both ends. You can't let them free their arms. And the other thing that might come into Robin's mind now is that shorter length delivery on the offside, try and get them to pull across the line into the waiting arms of 3 boundary fielders over here. Time they go straight, he wants to push for 2, and again they can't.
Field shifts now. Mid wicket comes in. Long off goes back.
Shift away, yeah.
But again, straight to the fielder, and it's just 1.
Long singles all day. They brought him in, turn around where the ball landed.
In a situation like that, you're better off going for the catch when it just bounces in front. I think you're better off going for the catch to try and kill the game than let it sit and double just in front of you.
I think they'd be content just to let the run rate build even from that ball to the next. That one.
He got his hands free.
There's no one
They
backing
might
up
pick
on the
up
field
another
end.
one.
They are going to push for 2.
They get it. It's good awareness from Luke there to come
Turn
back for
around.
the second. Or not run 15 metres past the stumps as the keeper shaped to throw.
Just slowing down momentum again. Over Ovens.
Yeah, now we see it. Ellis, while he practices the drive towards the offside, certainly he was right across the line looking for the paddock of cows.
He's got that one.
Clipped away, and that will find the hill. That's the first maximum of this university innings.
So that one wedges itself in the hill. Just got the length he was after there.
He set up for it the ball before, to be fair. Good shot in the end. Need a couple more of them.
Slightly more control than the one he played before. So having another look at it. There is a fielder out here, so it'll probably just be one again, because there was some interest from Luke. None whatsoever from Ellis.
That's a nice shot. Now,
Yeah.
a few more of them.
Yeah, nice and controlled. Just remember my very fledgling cricket career, which clearly didn't take off, was told never to hit across the line. But now...
Time and a place for everything.
Yeah, now these players, the timing of these players and the distance that they can hit them, there's not a great issue with going across the line. There's no fielders out there. Straight
Ooh.
back, keeper did well. The bowler did well to get something on it.
Just half volleys in on the return.
Yeah, I think that would have run away for 4 as well. There's that reverse. Just going to be a single. How often would they be practicing shots like that?
Well, coming off a month of 2020s, it's definitely something you'd practice. If that's a shot you want to play, you'd definitely be practicing it at the moment.
You
think
don't
if
have
this
it,
was-
it's definitely a pre-season work on. You're not doing it.
Yeah, you're
During
not
the
going to mark.
season
You're not
of the
going to pull out a mark war and
T20
decide to
season.
play it. I can play it now, having no idea about the shot.
But then I think learning new shots doesn't take as long. To learn. The same as bowling variants, which may take a bit longer. There's a bit more calculation in that. You can sort of set up a bowling machine, or take the time to go away and work on it and feel quite comfortable. You only have to get a couple away for you to feel comfortable with a shot, I imagine.
That one's
That's hit
straight.
very hard, very straight.
Yeah, that
for
one will
4.
run away.
There's a bit of life from
A
the
bit of
Adelaide
hope.
Uni supporters.
Dances down the track and
Still head.
a couple of bounces and over the rope she goes. It's gone again. There's a fielder out there, but again, lets it bounce.
Just waited.
made sure it was just one.
We did see there was an Adelaide University fielder out there, exactly the same position, did exactly the same thing. So Bennett further that out. He's lost that in something. Don't know what.
I think it depends how brave you're feeling.
Well, the game situation, are you better to
I think in this situation,
keep it to one?
you could probably definitely go for the catch. Especially if breaking this partnership. I feel the reward is much greater. Joel size, couple overs to bowl.
That's Cormac has done his 10 overs as well. 10 overs, 2 wickets for 49 runs.
See whether they can get one away to start here. And
they
he does.
can.
Good shot by Ben there.
I think that just brought square leg up to start the over as well. Obviously not expecting that ball.
They're going to keep him there as well. Then I wonder whether they're just trying to tempt him into trying to get it over the top of him. They're giving it him again. It goes again. Now that's...
Well, that will probably prompt some thought from Cranmer, whether they...
64 runs from 35 balls. 60 runs from 34, just ticked over. Two in the same spot, dispatched in exactly the same way. Ellis will want this leg side boundary a lot in this over. They
Surprised
have
he hasn't
to.
gone wide.
Well, the
Wide bowling
field
to
would have suggested it. They've got
He's just gone tight at his legs to the short boundary.
It's gone again, and he's edged that away, and that
Now
might run away for 4. Oh, it didn't quite get there.
They get 2.
Keeps the danger man on strike. No.
But that ball was, I think, much more where they wanted him to start this over. It was full outside off. The field would suggest that's where they should be.
And then they'll just push it into the gap. They should be. Thought about it.
Just a little slip, I wonder.
I think they would have gone. I think it was Luke who just lost his footing again. I think they probably would have pushed if he hadn't slipped.
No real change of pace from Joel today, which is a bit surprising.
He's gone there again, and he's got the edge he wanted. It's going to drop safely, and they are going to push for 2.
And they get it.
Yeah.
Good running.
In the end. Just that turn and go.
Well, I think it's caution to the wind.
Yeah,
Running between wickets now.
I mean, what have we...
Oh, he's missed the stumps.
Oh, he's missed it anyway.
I think
Or
he
did he know?
aborted it when he heard the dive coming.
Again, there's
They're going to push
room
for 2.
there.
No, just
No.
a single. Certainly would be hard to get 2
So in
by
the
taking it out
sheds
here.
is Manny, Beattie and Winter.
Ben Wackham running out. Change of gloves. Probably with a message as well.
Yeah, I think that's quite a sensible idea from Luke, just to take stock and
Probably
have a
about
chat.
shot selection, I reckon. Following the footsteps. Yeah, just explaining to the boys how to go about it, I reckon.
It's just going to be about taking it to the last over and hope it's a manageable total, I think.
54 from 30, that has helped out quite a lot.
It'll be interesting to see once the run rate ticks around what they've got theirs up to, and whether they've managed to take a chunk out of the required run rate. Yeah, Luke did push it.
I think he's made it in, would have made it in comfortably.
Still think he's missed the stumps there.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, if he has aborted that, then he's done very, very well.
It's a bit hard to tell from behind the bowler exactly what's going on down at that far end. Oh,
They've asked for it and they've got it. And Luke will go, just tickles one behind. Robins comes back on after that short break. The new gloves didn't help him.
Get the old gloves back.
Ben is back out.
I think who's coming in now might be Minnie, I think. Minnie out, coming in.
dance down the wicket and just
Fishing.
a feather.
Yeah.
And the big celebration.
Oh, he's giving him. Oh, it's a big one as well, there's no question.
So Joe Many comes out.
I wonder how Joe will go about this actually.
249 matches, 3,972 runs at an average of 19, basically 20. High score of 100, so...
I think he might just swing from ball one.
Yeah, well,
I don't think there's a lot of other options.
I know Ben Wackham came out and had a chat. I wonder whether he was saying...
I wonder what he did say.
I think he was saying, look, it's on you. 54 from 29 balls. So he won't want him to come back for 2 now. Get Ellis back on strike. Short one. There is a fielder down there.
Well controlled by Ellis, that one.
One of the few pull shots we've seen someone be able to get over the top of today. He's certainly not going to give him any room outside off stump to go for that short
Well,
boundary.
oh, jeez. Good backing up. There was a little bit of adrenaline in that throw.
went for 6 that ball. I just got a hand on it.
It was moving. So Manny will keep the strike. They've just kept out of that 2 runs of ball, but they're very, very close to it. One chopped down for a single. So East Torrens will want to keep Manny
Down this end.
on strike. They want to keep Ellis down this end. Almost happy to give him a boundary at this point.
Well, with the pick of the bowlers, I think, so far today.
So they probably won't come back. He will get the strike.
Just made it tricky for ourselves again. That last wicket.
So Robins 2
comes
wickets for 22 runs. That's T. Robins. Al Robins 1 wicket for 39. Got moved around in his last spell.
I don't know if Joel Size will be coming back. Ben Ellis took a liking to him. I think you've got to go King, I think, in there. For 1.
And that will do that. Ellis caught, trying to find his favourite shot again.
He's trying to work into that short boundary.
Yeah. And it's exactly what we talked about. They were trying to tempt him over the top of it. Just didn't get hold of it.
I wonder if they do that clap game. Might not need to.
No, I don't think they do at the moment. It is almost queuing the rack time for East Torrens Reds. 7 for 217. He just didn't get what he needed. Here they go. Here they go. Only got to go through it the once. Winter will make his way out.
Certainly a little bit of jubilation in that huddle upon that wicket. They were very happy with that.
Nick Winter, 261 games, 1,935 runs at an average of 17, high score of 68. I think we're into the bowlers now, aren't we, Bailey?
Very deep into the bowlers. Chris Beattie in next.
So it probably sits on the shoulders of Luke at the moment.
I think it's Joe Minnie and Nick Winter.
I think it's at the point where if you're facing, you've got to try and hit.
Yeah,
boundaries.
is that where we're up to? Manny and Winter, we are. Sorry, my Luke is gone. So Manny and Winter.
I wonder if
48
Robins
from
will
22.
go off pace now, especially with edges.
They've asked for it.
No, I didn't
Not
think
interested
so.
yet.
She absolutely stoic. Didn't move at all.
Sometimes though,
Must
if you
be-
run off fast enough, you get the wicket.
Is there an art to appealing, Bailey?
Depends what the umpire is. You can definitely catch umpires in your celebration, and I feel like that's the thing with run-outs as well. Direct hits, you can get an umpire excited and make them like it before it's actually happened.
All umpires love direct hits.
All umpires love giving wickets.
That one's a bit full. Just a single. So we are in the last wicket stand. Hard to see from that one. We'd need Snicko.
Generally,
I
when you
think
don't
it must
look
have
at the umpire,
must have caught
bit of thigh pad
must have caught
maybe.
the outside of the pad. Yeah. Certainly enough noise for East Torrens to get very interested in it.
.47 from 20 balls. So now we are over 2 runs a ball.
Tries to go.
Yeah, just didn't get it.
Just I can't see one coming down here with enough room for Winter to go after the short boundary through point. I think this one's going to be
I think Winter's hoping for
almost down leg again. Leg by. And another good over for East Torrens.
And that's been, I mean, the first ball that was dispatched for 4 runs, there must have been a little bit of excitement from you. We'll be done by 4 o'clock here. And just they choked the middle order completely.
choke and the constant fall of wickets just allows you to stop gaining momentum.
Well, they've been good on both accounts. They've dried things up and they've taken the wicket at the right time.
And I think possibly that's one of the big differences. Adelaide University certainly managed to dry up the middle stint of the East Torrens, but they just didn't take enough
couldn't
wickets.
Take the wicket when they needed it. East Torrens were able to bat just a little bit deeper with more wickets in hand.
I think they also found the boundary earlier, East Torrens. They just managed to relieve that pressure early doors as opposed to Uni, who've left the boundary to get late in the over.
Is that a swing at it?
Not happy with something.
I don't know what the conversation's about. Maybe he's saying, I hit it, I'm out. I want to go home. Not entirely sure what the conversation's about.
Maybe it nicked the stumps.
Well, a little appeal.
Oh, a tiny appeal. Well after
Maybe it did hit the stumps.
Well after the fact. Well, I'll tell you off air about that stump. That is the one stump out there that's not sponsor branded. Oh, he's got his arms through that one.
Just the single.
Yeah, I mean, while you would say, well, you need your runs, you've got to push, there's no one in the shed to take. You can't take that risk right now.
No, I think it's almost exclusively boundaries from here on.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yep, if they're going to have any sniff, and if it's not a boundary, then you just jog the single almost. I'm sure they'll still try and keep some pressure on the fielder, certainly out there where there's an opportunity to pick up 2.
It's certainly a field that's set to allow signals at the moment.
Gets a piece of it.
They want 2, don't take it.
and it is a piece of it. I suppose that's where when you're down to bowlers, the shots are still there. They're just the timing's a little bit off. They're not hitting it as sweetly.
Oh, he might be fed of the catch.
That's the one. That will end it for East Torrens, and Adelaide University will go down, falling 42 runs short.
Unless Chris Beattie can.
Oh no,
I think
sorry,
Chris
one
Beattie
more.
will come out to bat. I can't imagine.
I'm sorry,
not doing
very,
that.
very sorry about that. That is my bad. Still exciting though, isn't it?
Well, it's only a matter of time from here, I think.
Well, is he coming? Where
He
is
has
he?
to come out at some point.
Come on, Chris.
There he is.
There he is.
Just had to find the right bat.
Yeah.
He's got his big,
Take 30 off the next over.
his big scoring bat. So 3,743, an average of 25, a high score of 172. So he can bat.
Just not sure the power or the range of strokes are going to be there this quickly.
Now, what's he got? 2 and a bit overs.
2 and a bit overs to hit 45 runs, I think.
Yeah, you can do that, can you?
In edges.
Could do that.
Just a lazy 36 off one of his overs, he'll be fine. Oh, Robbins is coming off the long, intimidating run.
That's a
That'll
wide.
be a wide. He'll have to re-bowl that one.
That one's down leg side, so the wrong end to get away with that.
Exchange of words there as well between Nick Winter, I think, and Tate Rubens.
Well, I think it's setting up, because we were talking about it off air about possibility of meeting them for a third time in the 2-day competition. Certainly setting it up for a nice little decider between these two sides, if you can both get to the end of that one.
Definitely be an interesting confrontation, having what looks to be 1-1.
It would be the decider
Best of 3.
for the kings of cricket in South Australia.
Two overs. Uni need a miracle.
Well, they've asked.
Gone straight through him,
they've
and
asked,
that's the
Well
game.
done.
Went straight through him.
and
So
that's
East Torrens win.
yeah, 40. It was a big ask in the end, but as we've said, there is a silver lining to it a little bit. Is that we will go to a decider, hopefully, if both sides can get there. Just East Torrens a little bit too good today.
Yeah, I think they just started off better. They looked at where Adelaide Uni bowled well, especially in that second half, but batted really well as well.
Yeah, and I think the fielding placement from East Torrens was very, very good. I mean, I think just boundary-wise, 1-6 all day for Adelaide University compared to 6-7 for East Torrens. So the differences, the maximums. I mean, only 12, like, just didn't score big enough today.
No, but I think that's a credit to East Torrens' fielding plans and bowling plans, and then their ability to execute. There was very little to actually go after all afternoon.
So East Torrens are the 2020 SACA Premier Cricket West End One Day Cup champions. Have to be a short memory because Adelaide University will have a 2-day competition which they're still working on. East Torrens will obviously celebrate into the night. Thank you very much for spending your time with me this afternoon. For all of you at home, thank you for choosing to spend your afternoon with us, your Sunday afternoon with us. As always, I've been Dave Webb from Karen Rolton Oval. Good afternoon.